the Monday, February 2nd public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dan Myers, Vice Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation. We suggest you being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. The staff will then present a staff report. We will then ask for public comment. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the Design Guidelines, the Secretary of Interior Standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones. Will the commissioners please introduce themselves, beginning on my left?
Brian Hammond, architect.
Elena Perez-Ketchum, attorney representative.
Good evening, I'm Carol Post. I'm the public policy representative.
Tim Jones, general contractor.
All right. Staff is also here. We have Ron Vila, Elaine Lund, Jared Varnum, attorney Dana Crosby-Collier, and James Geis from zoning. All right. All right, so, Mr. Varnum, the roll call, please.
Good afternoon. Going down the agenda, we're at the time now to review the minutes. There was an error on the agenda, so we're looking at the minutes from January 5th, 2026. They're in your packet as well. We're going to need a motion on that.
I make a motion to accept the minutes from previous meetings.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Under announcements, I just want to bring to your attention, we have our bricks and mortar publication that we provide you every month. This is the Interstate Historic Preservation Trust Fund grant opportunities. And along with that, we also have our preservation in progress that Elaine Lund will speak on in a minute. We do also have the staff approvals from January in your packet too. We bring these to your attention and we could receive and file this at the end of the meeting. Having said that, we will jump into the preservation in progress at this time.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. For our preservation in progress this month, we're highlighting again our Interstate Historic Preservation Trust Fund program. We can move to the presentation, please. Thank you. So this month's Preservation in Progress, featuring our Interstate Historic Preservation Trust Fund, we're going to discuss how this program provides opportunities for grants to homeowners and low-interest loans to commercial property owners for the rehabilitation of historic structures within certain historic districts. There we go. The Interstate Historic Preservation Trust Fund program began in 2005. It was originated through the Section 106 process of the National Historic Preservation Act. And it was established from, the trust fund itself was established from the proceeds generated from the sale of historic buildings impacted by the Interstate 275 and Interstate 4 expansions. Several buildings were relocated by the Florida Department of Transportation and then offered for sale. The trust fund offers, as I stated, both a low-interest loan program, and that's for commercial property rehabilitation, and a grant for certain residential properties. On the screen is pictured the circa 1914 Cueto Fernandez boarding house, originally located at 1822 East 14th Avenue. This was in the area that was taken by the Florida Department of Transportation for the Interstate 4 widening project, and it was relocated to the corner of Columbus Drive and 13th Avenue. And you can see in the center picture there, it being set on the site where it exists today. There we go. The property that would be the subject of the grant or the trust fund loan award must be located in the National Register Historic District of Ybor City, Tampa Heights, or West Tampa, as these were the districts that were impacted by the interstate widening work at that time. And the building itself must be constructed more than 75 years prior to the date of application. All proposals must adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards and the applicable design guidelines. That would be the Ybor City Historic District Design Guidelines or the Tampa Heights Historic District Design Guidelines for those districts, since they are the locally designated historic districts. Funds cannot be used for acquiring the property, and the work also may not have been yet initiated. The purpose of the trust fund program is to enable the owners of the trust fund's grant program, the purpose is to enable the owners of historic properties to preserve the character and structure of their homes by providing exterior preservation funds for certain projects. Applicants can apply for up to $25,000 for a grant, and the property must be the legal homestead and residence of the applicant. The program is income restricted as well, and it provides grants for certain eligible activities, including structural stabilization, exterior restoration, rehabilitation, or reconstruction of architectural details. Typically, our applications for cycles for grants are open twice a year, and currently the upcoming deadline for this grant cycle that we are in right now is is March 4th, 2026. And we do have more information available online, and you'll see that link again on the next couple of slides. So examples of eligible projects include the undoing of inappropriate prior work, such as the reopening of enclosed front porches. This is a project located in Ybor City where you can see a front porch that had been enclosed at some point in the building's history, and then following the grant-funded work, the porch was reopened. Note the excuse me. You can note that the front door and the windows are historically appropriate as well. Oops, there we go. This particular project in Ybor City included roof work and the restoration of the historic retaining wall. Again, this is a property located in the Ybor City Historic District. And typically, it's worth noting that this house does have a shingled roof, which is appropriate for this particular house and its architectural style. The majority of the buildings in the Ybor City Historic District, it may be appropriate for them to have a shingle roof if their house is of a certain style, but for the most part, the grants that we fund for historic roof work are for 5V crimp metal roofs. So more information on our Interstate Historic Preservation Trust Fund and the grant program can be found in this month's Bricks and Mortar newsletter. So that concludes this month's Preservation in Progress, and We thank you for the opportunity to highlight a couple of the projects that have been done in Ybor City as they celebrate their 140 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Moving down our agenda, legal will address the board.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office. Would like to inquire if any member of the Commission has a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening.
I do not.
Say that I do know the applicant on ARC 25000473, but I can remain impartial.
Okay, and there's no voting conflict
No
pursuant to our
conflict.
discussion. Okay.
And I'll restate as to ARC 26000022, that I have worked with one of the owners at USF, but again, have no interest in the case or its outcome and can not be influenced.
Great. And has any member engaged in an ex parte communication regarding any item on the agenda tonight?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Under continuations, we have none reflected on tonight's agenda, and we're going to move to the swearing. Everybody that wishes to testify, including staff, please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony being provided today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We are ready for our first agenda item.
Thank you. The first case that we are going to hear this evening is for the property located at 307 East Idlewild Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District. This is our case number ARC 25-00000473. I'm going to go through the photo presentation here. I'd like to note that this is for a contributing property in the Seminole Heights Historic District. Get the right. It's constructed circa 1937. There we go. The application, as reviewed by staff, did include a variance request and a certificate of appropriateness request. So the certificate of appropriateness request is for a front porch addition and window replacement with some minor site improvements. I will go ahead and go through the photo presentation, and then we'll have the applicant present the first part of the request. So with that, 307 East Idlewild, located in Seminole Heights. It's located on the north end of the historic district, south of Hillsborough Avenue, on the south side of Idlewild Avenue. It's between Branch and Central Avenues. So you can see where its location is in the historic district on this map here, with the property in question shown in green. The red line on the historic district map indicates the local historic district boundary, and the blue line indicates the National Register historic district boundary. This is the present-day aerial of the subject site on Idlewild, again on the south side of Idlewild Avenue between Branch and Central Avenues. On the aerial map, you can see that it is a few blocks over from Florida Avenue, which is to the west of the subject site, and you can see the Interstate 275 there on the east side of the historic district. This is the 1920 Sanborn map. The building was constructed circa 1937, I believe, so it does not show, of course, on the 1920 Sanborn map, and there was no other building at that site at that time. Moving along, this is the 1951 Sanborn map, which is the earliest Sanborn map that we have showing the footprint of the building. The Sanborn maps were updated in 1931 and then not again until 1951. So you can see the building and its, I believe, in its same footprint as it exists today, as it was sited on Idlewild at that time. It should note that the alley shown to the south of the subject site is no longer present. This is the front elevation of the building. You note the steep pitch of the roof and of the front entry element there. It's a fairly narrow front elevation. This is the east elevation, so we're looking at what would be termed the left side of the building here. Again, you can see the repeating steep pitch shown in the cross gables that are on the gable form to the rear and off to the east side there in the back. And in this photograph, it's a little tight, but you can see the west elevation along with the north elevation. And this is the side of the property that the driveway runs along, so you can see the ribbons there as well. And this is just a shot of the rear of the subject site, the rear of the property. This is the property to the east. And this is the building directly to the west. And then looking across the street to the north. And these are all also contributing structures, I'd like to note. This is looking east on Idlewild Avenue, so here we're looking towards Central Avenue and at the interstate beyond. And then looking west on Idlewild Avenue toward Branch Avenue, from Florida Avenue, and some of the construction peeking through the trees there on the west side of Florida Avenue and beyond the historic district. So with that, I will stop my presentation here and ask that the applicant begin his request. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Dobbs, 5912 North Tampa Street. I was going to get started on the variance, but I was notified before this meeting that my client had sent historic preservation staff an email regarding the variance, and he informed me that we don't need the variance, so I would maybe like to get clarification. I'm totally prepared to present the variance and all the hardship criteria because I feel like we meet it, but I would like to get some clarification on that first.
Sure. Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office. On Thursday, January 29th, Eric Cotton, the zoning administrator for the City of Tampa, sent an email to Mr. Dobbs and just told him that he had reviewed the file, and he said development coordination staff reviewed your ARC application for a variance and can support your decision to withdraw the variance application. He found that it wasn't necessary that the variance be a part of this process. He believed that you all could look at the design guidelines and the integration of this into the rest of the neighborhood, and it would be sufficient. So this went out Thursday at 1:36 p.m. to Mr. Dobbs, and that was, we usually do ask him to, we always ask applicants to notice variances in the event that we find that we're going to need them, but as Eric Cotton reviewed the file in greater detail, he discovered this would not require that.
Thank you.
Okay, so that being said, I will start my presentation with starting with the site. This is the established build-to line right here, and this green line is the 2 points that were used to establish that. So we are building out our porch 8 foot 11.5 inches, and that is dictated by some of the existing structure that's here. There's some existing steps here, which you'll see in the floor plans. And right now, my client has no front porch. Front porches are a predominant architectural feature. They are common on Tudor style. I would question if this is a Tudor style. It's more like a minimalist revival, which is kind of early post-war type architecture. I work at a firm where we have 3 or 4 other architects, and they said, well, it's kind of Tudor, but in any case, I'll address that later. But having a porch is very appropriate, is the point I'm trying to make in Seminole Heights. My client right now, she just told me earlier this week, in the frustration in dealing with this whole variance thing, she was concerned that because I told her how hard variances are, She was concerned about not being able to receive packages because there's no shelter in the front of her house. Anyways, so the extent of the development on the front of the house is just to put a roof over the front porch. And I'll show you on the existing floor plan. Okay, so this is the existing porch. The original steps are there, although a brick deck was added here at some point in time. So that is determining how far out we're going to build to, because we're going to replicate that over on this side. The house has some unique architectural features, which I'll show you in some photos, as far as the way this wall flares out and the little area here. But all that's going to be part of the porch, as you can see in here, in this plan right here. The roof, obviously there's no roof now. It's very tricky architecturally to put a roof on the front of a house when we don't have much height clearance, but we are doing a low slope shed type roof that's going to intersect the building just under the eave, so we can maximize roof height, but we still have a minimum slope. I'll go ahead and just point out the details of the porch now. As I mentioned before, the brick, we're going to have to rebuild that to be structural, so we're leaving all the existing foundation. It has a brick stem wall with screen vent. That functions as a screen vent. And then we do a new concrete foundation and slab with brick on top. We're doing these square wood columns with a shallow beam, as shallow as we can make it. And then we have a minimal overhang to match that we're doing on the house, a little crown molding here, and then a small drip edge to minimize this whole profile right here. And then the low slope roof, which is a low profile standing seam metal roof. Kind of going back down to here, I also want to point out that we have the brick here. This is all a running bond, but then on the edge, like there is now, there's a row lock coursing, which we have right here. So on the elevation, I'm sure you could look at the photos that Elaine was showing. Imagine how we're going to do a front porch on this house. So it's a very attractive house. This is a very unusual architectural feature, which we are not touching that except to kind of wrap a roof around it. So you can see how the porch, typical 3-bay, 4-column porch. With the beam, we're going to do a little bit of an arch right here just to kind of give a little more significance on the entry, make it a little more open. But we didn't want to do any kind of gable or anything like that because we felt it would conflict with this gable here. So it's just very minimal porch. And you can see the little people there for scale. And then the bricks, basically, the brick steps remain. And then you have the brick stem wall here and here. And when you look at it from the side over here, this is the little part of the wall that flares out, but when it gets up here, it's flush with the underside of the eave. So you can see on the roof, we're coming up here, shed roof, and then we have a enclosed side. We'll have siding to match the existing siding that will, and the porch, I should point out, I forgot to when I was in the plan, we are stepping in. The existing brick deck steps in, and we're stepping in, so all of that doesn't interfere with existing, and we're differentiating new from existing. On the rear, I'm sorry, let me point out the other part of this, the windows. Let's focus in on the porch. So the windows, right now, the windows are aluminum windows. I have some detailed pictures of those. They're very cheap, kind of aluminum windows that have a colonial style pattern with the grid. And so none of the house, let me emphasize this point, this is a really important point. There's no original windows in this house. They're all gone. But fortunately, all the exterior trim and the interior trim remains. So what we're proposing is to replace the windows with new windows, but there's a challenge because of the cost of going with wood windows. And I'll get into the windows a little bit later. But I wanted to point out, so with the design, what we're doing is we're gonna keep the same window openings and proportion of the windows where appropriate. And then there'll be clear 1/1 windows. And then on this elevation, you can see, I'll move it up a little bit. This has a kind of a tripartitioned window here. So we're replacing that with the same thing, casement window on either side. These right now are like little casement windows. Most typical in the neighborhood are small 1/1s on either side of the fireplace, so we're doing that. This has an inappropriate horizontal proportioned window, so we're gonna replace that with the two 1/1 windows. So then on the other two elevations, this is obviously the side elevation. Same thing, all the openings remain the same, but we just replaced them with 1/1 windows. And some of this trim you'll see in the pictures, it's not original. So wherever we can, we're gonna replace or restore the existing trim when we put in the new windows. The rear elevation, it has this little porch part that steps back. And then again, same thing, we're just replacing the windows. This is another one of those horizontal windows here. We're not doing anything with the front door or the back door here. And then to kind of focus on the window details, the head casing, or the head of the window, this hatched area is all original window. The interior trim will remain. This will be the new window unit. And then this is the exterior casing, which will remain. The jamb, same detail. Side casing, you have the sill that projects beyond on the inside and the outside. That's remaining, and then the infill. And then this one I forgot to hatch the middle, but anyways, that's going to be the sill down there. I just forgot to do that. So anyways, but when they took out the original windows, which is common, they take out the parting bead between the that separates the two sashes, and then they just put in a new window, and that's what they did here. So fortunately for us, they didn't remove much of the exterior trim except in a few locations. Okay, so I had a whole bunch of stuff to talk about the variance, but I'm gonna set that aside. So here is some more pictures that, you know, obviously this is a very important character defining feature. You can see how the original steps are here and they come around, but they actually go underneath this deck. So these, they haven't destroyed any of the original architectural fabric when this was added, and we're gonna keep it that way. Where this piece comes down, it's kind of an odd little planter area right here, so we may keep that feature, but this is just, again, an important detail. You can begin to see some of the condition of the windows. This is another view of that particular feature. And then this shows the windows on the side here, and also the side of the front porch. And then this shows the brick screening. Again, all this will remain. We're just going to build a new stem wall in front of it, so we aren't destroying any of the original architectural fabric. I want to talk a little bit about some of the exterior form of the house. It's, you know, Tudor style is typically more times than not an asymmetrical elevation, and obviously it has the very steep roof. This is from the Field Guide to American Houses that I believe this Seminole Heights Design Guidelines references, and the historic preservation staff frequently references it as well. But just, you can see some of the features which we don't have, you know, the half timbering, the kind of elaborate fireplace. A lot of times fireplaces are in the front for Tudor, but That's not the case here. And then the asymmetry is another big feature. But a symmetrical elevation is one of the less common types, which you can see right here, which is close to what we have. So, but with the Tudor style, when you do a porch, or you do a porch for that matter on any house, it can be like a bungalow where it's an extension of the front porch as part of the architecture, or it can be a secondary additive element, which is what we're doing. So, and also what we're proposing for the porch roof, since it is a low slope roof, is a low profile standing seam metal roof. So this is just one interesting example of Tudor, but you can see there's shingles, asphalt shingles up here, but then there's metal roof down here. And this isn't exactly Tudor, but it does show an additive porch element that does not interfere with the upper roof. This is just a little bit different. Again, it shows the metal with the shingles. And then this shows all the steep roofs with a lower pitched roof. And we aren't doing like this with the gable in the middle because we already have the gable in the middle. This is another example. This is more of a Victorian kind of house, but again, this has metal shingles, but it has, again, a low slope metal roof. And then, oh, same picture. Oh, am I not?
The focus.
Oh, the focus is off? Oh, I should probably just, okay, so. So, going back to the windows again, just wanted to show you all some more detailed pictures of the windows. You can see that the aluminum windows that were installed were not as tall as the original opening, so they did some infill here. This is one of the windows around the side where it looks like the original side and head casing remains, but that still obviously is not original. This shows the typical head casing detail. This is one of the windows at the front. Again, you can kind of see how that's all original, but then they just added that little filler piece at the bottom. There's another little view. And again, it doesn't look like it because it's painted white, but this is all just aluminum. I have some pictures of it, of the inside. This is the double window that has a little wider mullion between the two, but again, you can see that they added space right at the bottom. This is the interior. So you can see all the original casing is still there. There's a little detail of the sill. This is what the windows look like from the inside. So they're all aluminum. They're not insulated. This time of year, especially with it so cold, you know, they're very wet, you know, on the inside, so they're not very thermally efficient. This is another view of the window from the inside. Then just some examples of other windows in the historic district. And this is one of my projects on Central, which is right around the corner from this house. This was a mid-century modern style house that they wanted to convert to a bungalow. So we did this little flared skirt. But anyways, these are Geldwin premium Atlantic vinyl windows. Those are probably, I think, one of the most predominant windows used in new construction in a lot of Tampa's historic districts because they're a good window, they're a good price, and they fit historically. They have simulated divided lights, you know, when you have divided lights. So that's some of the windows on the side of this house, and there's, this is the front window where it's a little bit wider. But again, it has the character and feel of a historic window, but it's not a real wood window. This is another project that, this was unique. It was, this was an accessory building to a single structure where we tore down part of the structure, but the accessory structure was the original primary structure on the house. So that remained as a contributing accessory structure, which is very unusual for Seminole Heights. But anyways, this is a picture of that building. So in this building, we did use wood windows, you know, because it was, some of the windows, original windows were still there, so we wanted to maintain that. But the new house that we built next to it, we used, again, the vinyl windows, but you can see that it still has a similar look and feel of a historic window, and then this is it from the side. This is another house that I did right down the street. I've done like 7 houses or projects on the street. This is right down the street. Again, these are new. In this case, they're aluminum clad windows, but obviously you can tell these people spent a lot of money on that, and it's gorgeous, but those are aluminum clad windows, which unfortunately my client just can't afford that. That's why we're proposing to use the Geldman Premium Atlantic Vinyl. This was a project from, I think, 2018 or 19 that was approved by this board. It is a contributing historic structure, but all the windows have been replaced with Pella windows. And again, you can kind of see they have the similar look and feel, historic. And I don't believe they modified many of the openings, you know, when they replaced those windows. I brought a couple window quotes just to show you what we're dealing with here. This is from Pella. I'll just turn to the back page because that's what everybody does when they get a quote. $113,000. So we also got a quote from Marvin, all wood windows, and that's also a very pricey quote. And again, just to kind of emphasize, there's premium Atlantic vinyl. Typically, we'll use the premium Atlantic vinyl window for the casement or awning windows, which we don't really have any. And then it says, single hung tilt. That means the bottom sash will tilt out, which everybody likes for easy cleaning. The last thing I'll talk about is the metal roof. There's quite a few buildings in Seminole Heights that have metal roofs, predominantly 5B crimp, but also low-profile standing seam metal roof. Recently, I had a project where staff said, well, we can no longer approve low-profile standing seam metal roofs at staff level, so that has to be before this board. So I just want to point that out and emphasize a little bit about low-profile standing seam metal roofs. This is at 57. I put the addresses on here. Again, these all have ARC. They were all approved at ARC staff level. Here's another one. Again, these are all within a 3-block radius. This project, which you saw before, same thing. And then this was my office that I did a low-profile standing seam metal roof on. And then the last thing I'd like to point out on the roof is that I had talked to the neighborhood association president, Tim Burke, and he sent Dennis an email, and this is just part of the email that you can read right here about, I don't think I need to read it for you, but I'll just give you a moment to kind of read it. But how it is an appropriate roof for historic building, and it goes down here and elaborates on this kind of history of metal roofs. He even cited Ron Hasse, which was one of my professors at UF. It's kind of interesting, but anyway, so that's the profiles that I showed you before. That's exactly what we're proposing for this. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to see my client's attorney want to follow up on anything.
Thank you, Alan. Members of the commission, my name's Scott McLaren. Good evening, everyone. Don't really have much to say. I think that Alan pretty much covered it all with respect to the, especially with the variance. You know, we've got apparently an agreement on that. With respect to the design guidelines, I would just like to point out that, remember that design guidelines and really all land use regulations, they should be interpreted in favor of the free use of the property where they're not clear. And here we have a lot of language in the Seminole Heights design guidelines and in the Secretary of Interior standards that speak to things that are appropriate and permissible and things that are not appropriate and are impermissible. And if you look closely, really, you know, what's happened here is back in the 70s, these windows that were probably wood-clad, right? They were replaced with these metal windows. And the metal windows obviously are not architecturally appropriate or in keeping with the design of the house. And those are still there. You know, 50 years later, they're deteriorating, they're corroding, they're not impact resistant, they don't meet, you know, current regulations, and they're not energy efficient either. And so the solution provided by Mr. Dobbs is to apply something that's very architecturally pleasing, totally in keeping with, from the street level and the inside, in keeping with the style of the house architecturally. And, you know, if you look at the design guidelines, for example, the Seminole Heights guidelines, it is permissible to replace deteriorated materials from materials that match as closely as possible the proportion and detail of the original material. Now, you can't get impact-resistant, totally wood windows at any reasonable cost, just my understanding. And as you heard Mr. Dobbs say, the aluminum clad quote that was obtained was $113,000. And then, you know, even that under the design guidelines for Seminole Heights, it states it is not permissible to add uncharacteristic materials to the building, including metal frame windows. So these are actually more in keeping than the $113,000 quote. It's a much less quote. It's affordable. It provides impact resistant that meets code. It provides energy efficiency. And most importantly, from this commission's perspective, it provides a look that's totally in keeping with the architectural style of the house. And similar recommended and not recommended statements from the Secretary's guidelines. There's really nothing in there that would indicate that this is not permissible. I think it is permissible. And for that reason, we would respectfully request approval. I think Ms. Marquis may want to say something. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll just, you remind me of a couple things I forgot. I'd like to point out that there are at least 3 or 4 buildings in the city of Tampa that are contributing historic structures, pretty significant structures, and they've had all the windows, original windows, replaced with metal windows. One of them is Hillsborough High School. I talked to Wilder and Associates Architects, and to verify they are in fact metal windows. Lee Elementary School, which was recently built, I talked to Fleischman Garcia Architects. That was done with the storefront system. And I believe this building here does not have original wood windows. And then also, I believe Union Station as well, you know, is a contributing structure, but is a national landmark that does not have windows. And then one other thing before Heather comes up here is, this isn't precedent setting. Every project is reviewed on its own unique merit, you know, so I just wanted to kind of point that out because I don't want the board to feel just because they approve for this case, which is very unique because none of the original windows are there, that any future case will use this as precedent, because I believe that's not the case with the ARC. Everything's reviewed on their own merit. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Marquis. I am the homeowner. With regards to the front porch, what we really need is functionality from a front porch. You can see we have nothing covering our front door, so when we come in, when we go out, when our guests come over, everybody gets wet when it rains. I mean, and it rains every day in the summertime. All of our packages get wet, our furniture rots. We really need the functionality of a covered porch. With regards to the windows, you saw them. They're unsightly. They're ugly. They're all damaged in one way or another. There's either something falling off, or they are. Some of them have cracked panes, and as they said, it's not helping to climate control our home at all. And we just want windows that look more like historic windows in our neighborhood, but we also want windows that are safe. We all know that hurricanes are more frequent and they're stronger every year, and I don't think it's unreasonable to want to have windows that will protect our family and protect our structure, because we also want to preserve our house, and we feel like having windows that will protect us from storms is the best way that we can preserve our house. We love our house. We've been there for 19 years. We don't want to go anywhere. But our homeowners insurance has increased like exponentially. And one of the reasons is because our house is so old and there aren't that many insurance companies that want to insure old houses. And so having new windows would help us with that. And yeah, I mean, we have a small house in Seminole Heights, and I just don't think it's reasonable to have to spend over $100,000 when we could spend a third of that and still have windows that look the same and are safe. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Right on time, I guess. Thanks.
Moving to the staff report, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. So staff evaluated this particular application using the Seminole Heights Design Guidelines and the Secretary of the Interior Standards for rehabilitation with guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings. We found a portion of the application to be inconsistent, that being primarily the window replacement. And then for the front porch addition, we found this consistent with conditions for a preliminary review from this board. And of course, the proposed site improvements, I believe, were limited to just, believe on the application that was just the driveway apron and perhaps some other limited site work such as that. The staff report that we provided goes through the Seminole Heights Design Guidelines, going through the section on maintaining original building characteristics. It does note that it is not permissible to add uncharacteristics to the building, for example, aluminum siding, vinyl siding, and metal windows, etc. Those are examples. These design guidelines were written in, I believe, 1995 with a particular eye toward the products that were popular for modernizing the houses in the neighborhood at that time. So they may not be specific to specific products that are new materials that we would look at on a regular basis today. The section on the windows and shutters and awnings reviews primarily, focuses on how it's appropriate to maintain the existing windows, repairing existing windows. It doesn't speak much to replacing replacement windows, but there is a little bit of that discussed in the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, speaking about, for rehabilitation specifically, designing for replacements for missing historic features. And that section from the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation starts on page 6, and then there's this at the very top of page 7. It discusses specifically designing replacements for missing historic features, for windows specifically. It's noted that the Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines do not recommend installing replacement windows made from other materials that are not the same as the material of the original windows if they would have a noticeably different appearance from remaining historic windows. In this particular case, when we, or in most cases rather, where we see buildings that do not have their original windows in the historic districts, we look towards the buildings that exist in the neighborhood or in the district as well. And I do have a few examples of some of the windows that are located along that stretch of Idlewild Avenue. If we can move to if we're able to see the presentation on the screen, the PowerPoint. I don't know if that's up or not. There we go. Thank you. These are some of the buildings that are located along Idlewild Avenue. There's a number of different types, or rather a number of different functions of windows. These are all contributing buildings that I'm showing you here. These are all wood windows, so there are wood casement windows, double hung sash windows, original and replacement, as well as some that are on newer construction. So with an eye to that, we have been at the staff level consistent about approving replacement windows in historic buildings such that requiring true wood windows on historic contributing structures, and not clad windows, not metal windows, not vinyl windows, but windows that are wood, solid wood. So let's see. It's a lengthy staff report here. So the proposed work does include material that is historically uncharacteristic of the building and would be noticeably different from the building's original windows. Given that the guidelines call out for replacement materials to be characteristics with the building, and the Secretary of the Interior's standards and guidelines for rehabilitation also recommend replacing non-historic windows with new windows that are compatible with the character of the building. Staff found that the proposed replacement windows were inconsistent with the Seminole Heights Design Guidelines and the Secretary of the Interior standards. Moving to the discussion on the front porch, the new front porch introduces a feature that is a bit atypical of the design of this particular building. It's not a elaborate Tudor revival. It's I would very nearly concur with Mr. Dobbs' assessment that it's a little more of a minimal traditional with Tudor influences there, but it does have several of the Tudor elements, particularly the steeply pitched roofs. And I would like to note that the McAllisters in their field guide to American houses did note that there is a subtype of the Tudor building with the wooden wall cladding type. These are shown as, and I can provide that example for you if you like in a moment here. Fairly simple structures for the most part, some of them more elaborate than others with the half timbering, some with some stone ornamentation, but some do express the just very simple Tudor lines, including the little wing walls such as you see on the entry feature in this house. Notably, not very many of these Tudor revival style houses have much in the way of a front porch, and when they do, it's often sort of very similar to what you see in this house, except that it's just simply a recessed opening so that there's more of an alcove than a front porch per se. So I can share that at your request. We suggested in the staff report that the applicant presents just a different design. We're not objecting to the introduction of a front porch altogether, just requesting that there be one presented that is more consistent with the building's architectural style. And with that, I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we now go forward with questions from the, public comment, excuse me. Is there any public comment from the audience? Anyone who came to speak on this particular project? Seeing none, we can now move on to questions from the members. Is that correct? What? So you, after our questions, right?
You asked for public comment. Following public comment, commissioners ask questions. You're right.
All right. I will begin on my left with Mr. Hammond.
Mr. Dobbs, could you please just talk again about the windows and what's being proposed?
Yes. So the appearance of any new window that we put in this building will be different than any historic windows. It's been one of those things I've been trying with historic preservation staff is to get the city to approve the use of windows, historically appropriate windows, and be exempt from the components and cladding section of the Florida Building Code. And I became aware when I did a project in Key West, in their historic district, historic buildings are exempt from that. So that allows them to do windows just like they used to be. But nowadays, because we have to meet wind loads and impact, a new wood window is going to not look exactly like an old wood window, I would suggest. And the photos that Elaine showed, those were all houses they're great houses, and they all have their original windows. The issue that we're having here is that the windows were all removed. So we're at a challenge. Do we just not do anything and risk the building being penetrated by debris or a window blowing out? Or they're certainly not thermally efficient windows. So and I just feel like that we actually do meet a lot of the portions of the Seminole Heights design guidelines. I don't know how much time. Do I have 5 minutes? It's on the clock, but no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, all right. But anyway, I probably
I
shouldn't
think
elaborate too much. But
just in particular, what I
Yeah.
would like you to talk again about is the appearance of the windows that you're proposing, and why you think that they are an appropriate solution.
Well, they're appropriate because they meet the code. They've been used and approved on buildings in the historic district in the past, on new construction. It's just been the position of historic preservation staff with any contributing historic structure not to allow anything other than wood windows, if you're doing an addition or something like that. But we don't have any wood windows. And to put back wood windows, we can get, I think Geldwin and Marvin make a wind load rated wood window, but I don't believe they have an impact rated wood window, which means we'd have to go and put shutters on the building, and we don't want to put shutters on the building. So we're trying our best to do something that keeps the look of the house, because a lot of the look and character of a window is kind of defined by how it's trimmed out, you know. And as I mentioned before, all that original trim is there, you know. And if the city, whatever in the future, change their code, then yeah, then somebody could go back and put in original double hung wood windows like what used to be there. So, sorry if I'm a little
No, and I'm sorry if I'm not
Yeah.
kind of getting to it, but I'm talking about I would love to see a visual of the proposed window and why you think that's
okay.
appropriate.
Well, I did show other examples of windows. I'd be happy to go back and zoom in closer on those. Is that what you're talking about, like looking at the
Yeah,
solid
or
proportion?
if there's a particular window that you're proposing.
Yeah, well, okay, so what we are proposing is a Geldwin Premium Atlantic Vinyl, and I'll show you the project that we used that window, two projects that we used that window on. Sorry, just give me a second here. So this is one of them. And then this is it, another window from the front. So I can zoom in a little bit further if you like. You know, I didn't really talk much about the light pattern on the windows, but the colonial style light pattern, that's probably just because that's the kind of windows that they wanted to put in. But any type of grid pattern, I think, is kind of an appropriate window style, especially with such an eclectic, you know, sort of house. So you can't really say that colonial is more appropriate than single hung, I don't think. But anyway, so that. But other than that, and then the other one was this house right here. And then there's a close-up view of the window right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. Yeah.
And I have one other question. Staff was suggesting that you consider a different design for the front porch. Not that I'm advocating that, but did you consider one?
Yeah, and I'll talk about that. I probably should have stressed that because, you know, so obviously you're an architect, so you know sometimes a design just pops right out. It's like a straightforward solution, but sometimes our clients will force us to, like, well, I don't want to do it that way, or there's another, and then we will go and do it another way. And to be honest, I could not figure out another way to do a porch on this house. So, I mean, I could have brought some ugly sketches and stuff like that, but to me, there just isn't anything more straightforward than what we're proposing. The only thing being maybe to do, let me zoom out a little bit, maybe just to do a porch, do something over the center portion, but that wouldn't work because then I think it gives too much emphasis on that front gable. You know, I think we want to, and I think I showed it in some of the pictures of how you have the porch roofs as a secondary roof element up against the primary roof, which is what we're proposing. I think by just doing a roof over this part, it doesn't look right architecturally, and it wouldn't be functional either, because as I mentioned before, large porches are such a major character defining feature for all the houses in Seminole Heights. And as I said before, we're also stepping in, so we're differentiating that porch from the existing on the sides, and also by coming in below the existing roof.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm still a little confused on the windows. So are the look, not the material, but the look, is it going to be this simple, I guess, 1/1, or is there going to be a grid pattern?
No, it's what's in the drawings, which is a 1/1.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right here.
So is it your, I guess through your experience and working in that neighborhood, is it more likely that the windows looked like how you have drawn them, the 1/1, as opposed to how they are now with a grid?
Yeah. Yes, it's actually more likely that they were not divided lights, because back in the day, divided lights were a little more expensive and stuff, and Seminole Heights was more of like a middle, well, it still is kind of a middle class, neighborhood. So the houses weren't as big and as elaborate as the houses in Tampa Heights or Hyde Park. Actually, most of them don't even have subfloors. They just figure out, why do we need it?
Right.
So,
Okay.
but yeah, so the 1/1 would be more typical. Yeah.
So that's probably more historically accurate in your estimation, the look of it.
Yes, but as you know, there's different degrees of whether it's more or less appropriate, but
Right.
it's definitely within where it would be appropriate.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's the look. So now getting to the material of the window. So the quote that you showed for 113,000, that was for all wood?
No, that was for an aluminum-clad wood window that met the wind load and met impacts as well.
Okay, and so what is the material that you're proposing that we approve?
So we're proposing Geldwin Premium Atlantic Vinyl Window. It's one of the better, I know vinyl window is kind of like a mobile home. It kind of it's kind of a pejorative description. But it's a good quality window, and as I said, it's been approved for use on new construction in, I believe, all of Tampa's historic districts. And again, I think the board could kind of look at this too, as it's almost in the life of the house, it's a temporary measure, because maybe things will change in the future, and somebody will. I want to make this truly like it used to be before. Take off the front porch. We haven't damaged any of the original architecture. The windows, take the vinyl windows out, put in double hung original wood windows.
So in other homes in the area, other than wood, is there any other material? What's the other material that you have seen?
Well, there's a few homes that have, like this house, just the cheap aluminum windows that were real popular in the 70s and 80s, I guess. And then the early vinyl windows were not very good windows. Some of them have those. Some of them have like MI or some other very, very low budget, windows. But the ones that have had the windows replaced have typically used either Hurd or Sierra Pacific or Geldwin has different lines, and one of the
And they're
Geldwin has the
wood
vinyl.
or they're vinyl?
Well, Geldwin makes aluminum clad wood windows, but they also make the vinyl windows. Sierra Pacific and Hurd, they make aluminum clad wood windows, and they make wood windows that meet the wind load, but they don't meet impact. And same for Marvin as well. Marvin makes an all wood window as well, but they're one of the pricier ones, like Anderson, because.
So did y'all get quotes for any other companies for the wood windows, or?
Yeah, I got one from Marvin. That just came in actually this afternoon. But yeah, that one was. Oops, sorry. And this is, yeah, this is just for the window product itself. I haven't looked through it thoroughly because I literally just got it emailed to me this afternoon. See, you can tell,
Yeah.
that says 2.2. But yeah, this quote came from the Molding Depot. Or
That
TMD.
shows
No, it's
4,700.
54,000.
Oh, 54, I'm sorry, I
Oh.
didn't see.
Yeah. But again, these are they're wind load rated, but not impact. So we would have to do shutters if we did these windows, and that's what we're trying to avoid, because I feel like when you go to do shutters, you are destroying some of the original feature because you're putting those studs or things like
Right.
that in place.
Okay. So let me ask you about the porch. So one thing that troubles me a little bit about the porch is the look of the front is essentially being masked by the porch. But can you sway me that that's not happening?
Oh, well, certainly, yeah, because it all starts with the columns and the openness of the porch. So we're using fairly small columns, okay, so it's the degree of openness is close to 100% or 90% at least. So you have that on the front. And then also, we have a very low pitched roof, so it's a very, as you're looking at it, it's a very low profile. So you can see this front gable in all of its grandeur, but it's just interrupted just where there's the roof for the porch. And that's what I'll show back on this elevation that you see right here. So, you'll see this, and then you'll see this beyond right here. I probably should have maybe colored it or something, but you can see it's very open across here. So it's just this part above the windows, top of the windows, and below the eave that is being interrupted by the new roof. Any other kind of roof form, like a gable or something, it would just make that more a more dominant feature. We're trying to make this a very low profile, forget the pun, low profile feature, so that we can respect this feature right here.
Okay. I don't have any.
Good evening, Mr. Dobbs.
Hello.
Appreciate the presentation. I have a couple of questions on both the porch and the windows, and they're really centered, as my colleagues have noticed, on the balance. It's obviously where the staff has a position, particularly where they find an inconsistency, and yet there's some practical contemporary challenges. So let's stay on the elevation since that's where you are. I have a similar concern. I think I'll just ask the question more specifically, which was that staff had asked if you could find an alternative that they could find that was more consistent and preserved that unique elevation. And you're saying that you could not. Was there, you said there you wanted to, you didn't want to just have an ugly drawing. Did you even try an ugly drawing? Is there anything we can just bounce off?
In all honesty, I did go back and look at it, and it was nothing. To me, it was so simple and basic and straightforward because you can't do any steep or sloped roof, in whether it's sloping away from the house, like would you raise it up? Then you're intruding on the existing roof. If you did a gable anywhere facing the front, I feel like it competes with this. The only other option is a complete flat roof, and that's not appropriate. So if I were to draw an alternative to meet Elaine's specific requirement to do an alternative, I would have done a flat roof. But I don't feel that's architecturally appropriate for this style architecture.
Okay, understood. I'm no
Yeah.
architect, but the notion of like the lower right corner representing the existing elevation and what you're proposing are just, to me, they just are vastly different looks. And I appreciate the functionality that you're seeking to achieve, but it's such a unique elevation, and it strikes me that it is really disrupted by what's proposed there. So let me move on then just to the windows, similar line of questioning that, and this really is actually for staff, just to verify. So it has been a consistent position for staff that for existing, not new construction or new addition to historic structure, it's a wood only. Is that in both cases where the existing is historic or the existing is non-historic, as in this case? Is there any variation on that dimension?
That has been our staff position, Elaine Lund, yes. When we have applicants such as these who are requesting an alternative project, then we tell them that their option is to come to the, to the commission and request it at the public hearing.
Do you have any, thank you, do you just, I'm asking you on the spot, so I doubt you'll have anything other than off the cuff, but a sense of how frequently, when this scenario has occurred, the commission has, if you will, overruled the recommendation or the finding of staff, specifically on wood windows?
There's one situation that I can think of, which is one of the examples that Mr. Dobbs showed you. It was a house.
Blue house?
Yeah, there was one house, and I can't remember which street it was on, but it was,
It's on Swanee.
that was
Was that the blue
likely
house
on
that you
Solani.
showed?
He showed
It was
the
actually
Pella
yellow.
windows, I believe they were. Yes, that they were not just a
They
wood
were not
window. They were,
found
I believe they were.
Okay. In that case then, thank you, Mr. Dobbs, in that case for that, I think it was blue siding on that house that you showed the example?
No, that was actually vinyl siding.
Well,
Yeah.
Blue, I just meant the color. I'm just
Oh.
going back to the example house that you showed where
Oh,
this-
with the,
where
okay,
the
I'm
commission
sorry.
has approved it. Was that replacing existing historic windows, or had they been replaced
Well,
with
there are
non-consistent?
two blue houses that I showed. One was this, which was all new construction, but it had a
Okay.
contributing accessory structure, which was this. The other blue one that I showed was this one, which is on Central, and they're along the side.
Right, this one.
Yeah.
So that was replacing historic windows?
No, that
This is
was,
new constru-
basically it was new construction because it was a mid-century modern style house that was
Okay.
converted to a bungalow
Okay, so
style
we
house.
don't have a prevalence of replacing, of using non-wood in historic structure. Okay, thank
But
you.
It's very unusual, yes.
Mr. Dobbs, you showed some pictures of the home that we're speaking of, this property in the project. And the windows that are currently installed, because the previous owner had put shims in the bottom or blocking and so on and so forth, is it your intention to replace the windows with the actual proper size windows so that blocking goes away?
Oh, absolutely, that blocking will go away.
Okay.
And I'll just point out one, in direct response to your comment, this is from the standards, replace existing windows with new windows of size, proportion, and window pane. Well, the window pane's not original, but yes, we are going back to the original opening size.
And then you had a page that showed a Tudor style. It wasn't, I forget what you called it exactly, because I'm not an architect, I'm a builder, but you had a page that showed examples, an example of that style home. Can you pull that
Yes.
back up for me, please?
Yeah. So many pictures, bear with me just a second.
I'm sure you have quite a few
I know
pages
this,
there.
I know this case is going long, so oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, so these were examples that I showed of how to add a porch.
No, this was a line sketch drawing that you had.
I think it was the pattern book. you know?
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
yeah.
Thank you.
The field guide
Yeah.
that Elaine had referenced. Yeah, this one right here.
Yeah.
And then
That's it.
this was the other page, but
Yep. Okay, so those windows currently showed in that style home have the divided lights in the windows, but your position is that that is not correct?
Well, this particular house did, but it's,
Okay.
but it's not a requirement of
Okay.
a Tudor house that has the gridded patterns. It's more of a colonial style pattern.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. My last question was, you've made the same couple comments about not wanting to use shutters or covers for the windows because of the ugly studs. I understand my home has 54 windows in it, so I understand completely the cost of impact windows. Having said that, though, there are systems that you can install over the top of those recesses so that you don't see those during non-storm events. Have you researched any of those?
Well, I know there's fabric shutters, if that's one option. Another option is wood shutters, but they still have to be screwed to the building. There's other shutters, the corrugated metal ones, that have studs that either remain in place or you take the stud out and it has a little hole that
Right.
stays there. But all of those are typically like, I don't know, 8 to 12 inches around the perimeter
Mhm.
of the opening, and they're always there.
Yeah, there's covers that can go over the top of those over the top of those.
Right. Yeah, usually there's stainless steel screws, flathead screws that go fill the hole, but then you still have that as a look. That's
Okay, that's,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I would
It's sort of
suggest
the
maybe,
lesser of two evils.
I would suggest you might want to do a little homework on that, because if you want to come by my house sometime, I'll show you how it works.
I would love, because
Yeah.
I struggle with that all the time with clients on doing shutters.
Yeah.
Other than
There's
yeah.
there's systems that are out there, there's a piece of trim that goes over those receivers, so that way they're hidden during non-storm events.
Okay.
So, that's all the questions I have.
Okay. Can you tell me if the slanting walls on the front of the entrance bump out there, those have definitely been there throughout the entire history of the house?
Yes, they have. It's yeah. That's one of the fun things about this field is kind of researching those things. Like, yeah, did they go back and just throw that in? But all the siding and looking at it real closely, it all appears original. The brick stem wall foundation around it is the exact same brick as all the other foundation brick. Here's another view. So this is where that wall flares out. That's the base of it. And you can see they did solid, and then they had it vented over there.
And just to be clear, there are no existing wooden windows or historic windows in the whole house?
There is not. And
And
I say
there-
that being under oath.
Okay. All right. And the windows that you're proposing are double glazed, is that correct?
Yeah, they're clear, because that's one of the things in the standards. You can't have tinted glass. And then, yes, there would be clear, dual glazed with low E coating.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so now you have 5 minutes. Any other questions? I'm sorry.
I do have one other question. Thank you. Just looking at this image, and I know that the question about the variances was withdrawn, but presuming this was prepared for it, just for the record to validate, this site plan is showing the as-built, if you will, of the two adjacent properties, so we can see the alignment with addition of the porch. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, these are the two adjacent structures.
Okay.
And this is, you can see
So
where
the addition of the porch is de minimis in terms of protruding beyond adjacent properties?
Yeah, that was one of the
and being
big debates
out
we
of
had with the
alignment.
variance, yeah.
Yep.
It's,
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for staff. So I understand what the Seminole Heights guideline says. The Secretary of Interior standard says, with respect to new windows, it says replacing in kind an entire window that is deteriorated or needs repair, which this clearly appears to need repair. It goes on to say, if using the same kind of material is not feasible, then a compatible substitute material may be considered. So have y'all ever run across what is not what is leads to something not being feasible, and what would be the substitute material that may be considered?
Elaine Lund. That is, with staff's position being that the wood window would be the only appropriate new replacement window, you know, we don't,
You haven't run across it?
we would not have a suggestion for what a compatible substitute material would be. We have looked at some potential windows that have been introduced, some with, there are, we have looked at, I'm trying to think of what they would be, but some sort of like composite wood windows in the past, but have not felt that they have really been visually consistent with wood windows.
Okay. And then one other question for the architect. So the quote that you got for the $54,000, what is the cost of the gelled windows that you're looking at? I heard the applicant say a third of.
Yeah, did you get
Yeah.
a quote from Zelma?
I have it on my phone, but it was like around 30. I'll have to find it.
Okay, she said that it's around 30,000 is what that price was for the gentleman.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I have one final question, and that is, normally, in the case where we're doing something that is kind of questionable to a house, and I regard the porch as being kind of questionable at this point,
Mhm.
but it has been detailed so that it can be removed without without really touching the historic structure.
Mhm.
But didn't seem like you had done that. Is that?
Oh, no, I thought I emphasized that. Let me just kind of summarize again, because it all comes from the way the house, the way the porch is designed and the way it ties into the house. These steps are all going to remain. And what we do is going to be over here and over here, similar to the way this is right now. And so the foundation, which you can see, does not, I didn't show the existing foundation here, but the foundation is not going to interfere with the existing house.
I guess I'm talking about the connection of the roof.
Well, I was going to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the foundation.
Mhm.
At the roof, we don't have a large span here. There's not a whole lot of load here. So what we're going to do is set a ledger board there and attach it to each of the studs along this wall, and then have it flashed up underneath the existing eave right there. So when and if this does get removed, there'll be a little bit of siding repair here. Likewise, all around the perimeter, that part that bumps out right
Mhm.
here. But all that can be easily repaired.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
May I ask an additional, maybe just as a follow-up? I want to be sure I'm understanding then what you're doing in the front. There's going to be an overhang over the front door? Or are the overhangs now just over on the two sides of
No,
the porch expansion?
This is existing porch right here.
Yes?
I'm sorry,
Uh,
the existing front gable right here. These are those little walls that come down on either side. We're coming up, so this is all
Yes,
covered
okay.
right here. This is all covered, and again, you can see how this roof
Yes.
steps in from the existing wall there.
I'm going to go way outside my safety zone here
Okay.
on being non-architect.
Let
Would
me
it,
put this down
is it
here.
considered to, sorry, we'll come back to that.
Yeah,
It looks
that's
like
okay.
you have the answer to a
Yeah.
prior question. Pardon me, just a moment. Can your overhang for the front door section follow the roof line, the peak of the roof line, and rather than cutting across the center, was that considered?
I'm not sure I follow, but if you, on the front here.
So if this desire is to be able to step out the front door and be covered, or come to the front door and be covered, can that overhang follow the V, upside down V arch, instead of cutting over the center, the middle of it? Can
well,
it go
what we-
up?
Okay, I hope I understand this correctly. What we wouldn't want to do is take this mass and project it out, because then that's sort of giving a false sense of history. We want to, we're trying to
I think that's
de-emphasize-
what I am suggesting.
Okay, right.
Because this looks like a
Well,
little bit of
right.
false sense
Well-
of history, so.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
the other thing is too, and I had mentioned this before, is on the porch, you know, if you just did a minimal covered entry, you're just doing it over the steps. And that, I don't know if that's good architecturally. I mean, it'll provide you cover, but then it provides sort of a central focus here. And one of the things my client is trying to do too is get the building to fit more within the neighborhood. You know, porches are a great semi-private, semi-public space. And of course, as I pointed out to Dan, it can easily be removed later.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I just need to ask this quick question,
Okay.
and then we'll get on to the pricing thing. Did you ever consider a fabric roof over this area?
No, because if we did a fabric roof, it would have to be on really big cantilevered brackets, which probably wouldn't look right. Or it would have to be supported by metal posts on the porch deck. And it just didn't seem like any of that is appropriate. And I'm not aware of any fabric porch roofs in, at least in Seminole Heights. I don't know if there are any in
Okay, thank
Hyde
you.
Park. That's a good question, though. She would like to, she has the window quote actually on her phone, so let's see if we can zoom into it. Just, you know.
Yeah, so I was wrong when I said 30,000. It's $13,713.84, and that's just for the windows. So apples to apples with the Marvin, they were 57 something. These are $13,713.
And those were the Jeld-Wen premium
Yes.
Atlantic vinyl? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, it's just for the windows.
Any more questions? Going once, going twice? Okay. All right, so we'll start with questions. Oh, no, we're done with questions.
Just
Oh,
a
you
quick-
have with the
yeah,
rebuttal.
Just a quick rebuttal. I think I have 5 minutes. I'll make it as quickly as I can because I know this case is running really long. Then I think in the end, the important thing, most important here is, are we conforming to the design guidelines? And there's a bunch of nuances on that. So I wanted to kind of point out in the staff report, you know, we don't have any issues with this. You know, we're maintaining the existing number of openings. All the existing trim is going to remain. We're keeping with the size proportion and everything of the original openings. We're replacing with new windows, again, same size. We're using clear glass. This is where, this says metal sash. Well, aluminum clad is technically a metal, you know. So I think this is implying more of an all aluminum window, which is not what we're proposing. The part related to porches, porte cocheres, and attached garages, we are not completely or partially removing the porch or porte cochere. We're actually adding to it, or adding the porch. And then on this part here, we're not changing the roof line with anything that's incompatible with the house style, architectural style. Down here, I went through these. We meet every single one of these standards. And then one of the commissioners pointed out this, I actually had put a star by it. It says right here, if using the same kind of material is not feasible, which is our case, then compatible substitute material may be considered. And then you just see a couple other things I highlighted there. And then, yeah, like a lot of these things, not recommended, no, we're not doing that. And then, anyways, I probably need to go ahead and just conclude the rebuttal time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. Now, discussion. Brian?
Okay. Can I get someone to put up the front elevation, the proposed front elevation as we're discussing this?
Can I make, is the public, it has closed, okay.
So I'm just going to talk about the porch first. I really like this. In looking at this house, I would not have said this is Tudor. I think it's something. I think it's something else that's really not defined. And when I look at this elevation, this to me makes this like Victorian farmhouse kind of style, and really gives this house some character. And I agree with the architect that I think this is the answer for this. It gives it style. There is a lot of subtle thought that's gone into this, even just that subtle arch that's going on at the main entrance. I think that this just really gives this house a place on the block by giving a front porch. Look, I don't know what I would have done any differently on this.
And you said you would begin with the porch. How about the windows?
We'll get to those later.
We'll get to those later.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Maybe we'll just take it one at a time here.
I would respectfully disagree.
Okay.
In that the existing front elevation of this house shows a certain way, and has a certain characteristic to it. And when you put that front porch on it, it changes. Though you're correct, it gives it character. It's a different character now, and that character does not speak to me as the historic home that it is, the contributing home that it was. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I would say the same. Actually, if we can put the image back up, but show the current elevation.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's you. I thought that was our staff doing. So pan back so we can see, there you go, thank you. So I think it changes it dramatically. And I don't, perhaps it's fair to say, I don't dislike the proposed look, but if the essence of our objective is preservation, it does not do that. And I have more to say about the windows.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but okay. So what makes that one better than the other? I mean, if this is giving it more character, and I don't think my opinion, I can still see what's there, but even to me, the existing house, the way it is, looks unfinished to me. It looks like it didn't quite get there. I mean, it wasn't thought about enough, and I see this as this porch addition as being that extra layer of thought to really give it the character that I think is better.
I presume this is, the existing look dates back to 1937. So to me, it's just more of preserving what the origins were versus, I don't think it's our objective to add character to the neighborhoods per se. it's to preserve the historical aspects of the neighborhoods.
If I can ask the architect a question, what is a secondary elevation? What is that?
What is,
What is a secondary elevation?
one that's not the primary?
So is the,
I,
is
you know, I
the
would
front
say
of the
one,
house
one
the-
that's, one that's behind, you know.
So what I'm
It-
looking at is in the Secretary of Interior standards, where it says designing and constructing additional entrances or porches on secondary elevations when required for the new use in a manner that preserves the historic character of the building. For instance, ensuring that the new entrance or porch is clearly subordinate to the historic primary entrance or porches. So would that fall in so that we're actually constructing an additional porch for a new use that is permitted? Or is the use of the words on secondary elevations preventing that?
Secondary elevation to me would mean something that is not this front elevation. It would be a side or
Side
something that's
entrance, yeah.
something that's recessed back behind this front facade.
So I guess my only comment is that a lot of the guidelines talk about not enclosing porches, and that changes and destroys the character of the home. So generally, when you look at the language that's used, for new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction will not destroy the historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property, which can be pretty subjective, I think, is what we're hearing on this, on this board, of whether or not the addition of, what I agree is a pretty simple, right, design for a porch, is whether or not that new construction for this new use destroys, it's not destroying the historical materials of the home. So is it destroying the historical features and spatial relationship, of the home? And, I'm torn about it because I would rather see, which I don't think is better either, two separate porches and leave the front on its own, but I don't know that that's better than this, and that it might be more disruptive to the historic feature and spatial relationship of the home to do something that's more elaborate to preserve this arch, the gable, and really it's the protruding walls is what you can't really see by the porch, the addition of the porch.
That was somewhat what I was inarticulately describing, was the addition of the porches on the sides. I actually am not, I think the functionality and even the look is okay, but the intrusion of the porch across the center of the peaks, across the middle of the center piece is what's disturbing me. And if there was a way to provide cover, a few feet of cover, whatever is consistent with how the depth of the proposed porch, and continue that up the triangle piece. Now, again, it's hard for me to visualize what that would look like, but it does preserve that sort of the existing look, that church-like look that is so unique, and why I think this home is special.
And I don't think it's our job as the commission to design it. Our
Right.
job is to make sure it fits the historic guidelines. So if it doesn't meet the historic guidelines, in my opinion, then it doesn't get approved, and then the architect can try again. But it's not our job to design it.
Right.
So.
And the staff seemed to at least preliminarily approve it, and said that, I think that was the recommendation. It wasn't not to,
It was, they were seeking them to redesign it.
Yeah, they were looking to have it redesigned.
Front porch addition introduces a feature that is atypical of the building's architectural style. As presented, would obscure the character-defining focal features of the entrance and create a historically inaccurate appearance. A design that is more consistent with the building's architectural style would be more appropriate and could be further developed.
I
That's
know,
from the staff
when you look on
report.
the front
Oh, yeah.
page of the staff report,
Uh-huh.
it says,
Consistent with conditions.
staff findings consistent with conditions for preliminary review, front porch addition.
Yeah, right here on the back, it says front porch addition, consider an alternative design.
So I think they're looking for, what the staff would approve is a preliminary review of, a preliminary approval of the porch that they then can work with the architect on, is what I hear the
Yep.
staff report being.
Yeah, that would have to, it would have to come back to us, that
They
staff
could work,
with.
right. So if that's the case, I would be in favor of that and see if there's, and if the staff at the end of the day says this is the best design to keep the character,
Mhm.
then
That's
we
their-
leave it
that's
up to
their job.
staff.
That's
Yeah,
their job,
then we
right.
leave it up to the staff.
Yeah.
That's,
Now, as far as the windows go,
Are we reading, may I
I'm
defer
sorry.
to council, are we reading that correctly?
Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office. First, Mr. Dobbs is not an architect, and he just wanted to make that clear to y'all. He's a designer. I also wanted to mention, when you go with a preliminary approval, you'll set a date for this to come back. You will see it again.
okay.
That's how the motion reads. We set a date to come back.
So is the staff report, when, on the front page, when it says consistent with the conditions for preliminary review, is that for preliminary approval? Is that what it was, that what staff was
Yes.
seeking?
Yes, staff agrees that's what they were looking for.
Okay, okay.
All
Thank
right.
you for the clarification.
so now, windows.
The windows.
Somebody else can start that one.
So, in my experience, Mr. Dobbs is correct. To get a wood window that is impact rated, wind rated, everything else is expensive. He has obviously gone with the Mercedes-Benz and the Cadillac quotes, Winnapella and the Marvins, because they're the most expensive ones out there. Having said that, I mentioned earlier, I have 54 windows on my home. I am a poor contractor and can't afford to replace 54 windows on a home, so I have put the studs around my windows and then put a trim over the top of it so you can't see them year-round to allow, to meet code. So there's a way to work around it and still have the look that you want. He's correct. The knobs all the way around the windows looks terrible, and I agree with that 100%. But there are alternatives to that. So in my opinion, I think you can stick with the wood windows and not have them impact rated. You can still get a very good energy efficient window, but it doesn't have to be impact rated and wind rated. You can get away with that by having shutters. This is a single story home. To install shutters on them before storms, pretty easy. Mine's a 3-story home, it's a pain in the butt. So that's my opinion.
So I'll comment on this application and maybe just take the conversation a little wider, which is this, fundamentally, I always want to support staff's position, and because the staff does an excellent job, and in this case, they have found the windows inconsistent for all the reasons stated. Practically, this is just a continually frustrating situation for homeowners, myself included, others included, to balance the need of the historic preservation that we care so deeply about in our own homes and the neighborhoods that we're here to protect, with the practical aspects of contemporary building materials. And so I'm just going to pause my specific thought on this. I would like to hear some of the other commissioners, but before we leave the conversation, I would welcome any direction. If we as a commission could make a resolution or advise staff or recommend staff to, in the coming months, whatever the timing is, to explore this further as to how to reconcile that competing interest and both find that balance with materials that can meet the intent of historic preservation and yet be compatible, cost-effective, wind-efficient, et cetera, for the thousands of homes that are encountering this struggle.
Any other comments on windows?
I may, but I'm going to.
No.
Okay, I just want to point out that we may have an out here, and first, and there are two things, okay. The first thing is that we are focusing only on this project. And normally, when we are requesting a wood replacement window, there are other windows in the house that can be matched. Here, we do not have that. And so we can allow this, in my opinion, we can allow these vinyl windows because we would allow them in new construction, so that everything in the, we would not allow a vinyl window in new construction.
It's closed. Public hearing's closed. You want to reopen it?
I would like to reopen it, please, for your comment, Ron.
Move to reopen.
Second. All in favor?
So for new construction, we either approve in the historic districts, all wood window or a cladded window. There was some discussion tonight. I want to kind of go through it. I was trying to make an attempt earlier, but I wasn't able to get to the podium. There's a request on the docket tonight. We should have some cut sheets from a manufacturer to show the dimensions of the window that they're proposing. We saw some pictures. I don't think that's adequate for tonight. So we should look at the proportions of a wood window, the dimensions of a wood window, the lower sash, the meeting rail, and the stiles, and then what they're presenting to see how close that comes to match a historic window. This board in the past has denied a cladded window on a contributing structure. That owner chose to go to city council for a review, and city council upheld your position. So they could not put a cladded window on a contributing structure. So that's some of the history that's been here, and since this was, with your board. I think there's different ways that they could go. They could go with a window, an all-wood window that doesn't have the product approval. If they change out 25% or less of the windows, there's a code requirement in place, and they could do them in phases maybe to get the appropriate windows. Talking about the grommets, there are, if it's not a impact and rated window, you could put the grommets in there, and if you put the female in the casing around the windows, they have a cover that goes over them that you could see it, but from the street it's pretty much invisible. So there's different ways around that to achieve that. Windows are one of the components that you view from the inside and the outside as a very important piece of the success of this board and in our historic districts. It should be taken very seriously. So I think there's additional information that could be put into the record. I think we're lacking some of the details and direction it could go tonight. I'm here for any questions.
Ron, may I ask a final question?
Sure.
In the cases where you have denied the use of a clad window, was that where all of the windows were being replaced or just some of them?
In the Secretary of Interior standards, I think one of your colleagues read from there, there is mitigation if it's an economic hardship. He used the train station, he used Hillsborough High School, he used this building. Those buildings have a lot of windows, as you stated in your house. So for residential components, that usually doesn't rise to that level. So.
You're not answering my question.
Go ahead.
I said, when you rejected a clad window previously, was it when they were replacing all of the windows or just some of them?
It doesn't matter if there's some of the windows or all the windows. The Secretary of Interior standards, how we interpret them, is that you should go back to a period window, which is a wood window.
So have there been any other cases before, that have come before you where all the windows were being replaced?
I'm sure there has been, and nothing comes to mind. But if you're asking me what's my path, when I look administratively, if somebody wants to change out the windows, they have to go to a wood window. If they choose to go to a different window, it's going to be in front of this board.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, if you'll allow the applicant to rebut.
Yes.
I'm going to let the attorney say a few things, but I just want to point out that I had testified that there was a project that came before this board, had a long discussion like we're having tonight. Ultimately, it was granted to use aluminum-clad wood windows. And that case number is ARC 18218, 6001 North Swanee Avenue. I have the approval letter here and the staff report from that as well. The staff report said that it was inconsistent, but it was ultimately approved.
Thank you again. Members of the commission, Scott and McLaren, Bank of America Plaza. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what Mr. Dobbs said about this 6001 Swanee Avenue. That was a contributing structure like this one. An aluminum clad window was approved on a contributing structure just down the street. You know, if you look at the staff report in this case, what the staff report is saying, if I may, or I've underlined it, while the original windows were replaced previously with an incompatible material, the Seminole Heights design guidelines state that replacement materials should be characteristic of the building and explicitly call out metal frame windows as an inappropriate replacement material. Metal. So that the guidelines actually call out aluminum windows as being inappropriate. They do not say anything about vinyl windows. And if you looked at the photos, there was comment that, you know, well, from the street, you can't see these screws or whatever they are that put on the wind mitigation. Do you have, where's the photos of the windows that were actually, you know, the 1/1?
Talking about those?
Yeah. So,
Oh, no. Well, those are graded.
yeah, I don't want those.
No,
Is this it?
Just that was the one that was.
Okay, so here is the, these are the windows that we're actually proposing. These are vinyl-clad windows. From the street, can you tell that those windows are not wooden? And given what's there now, with these old 70s style, you know, windows with, I call them mullions, I don't know if that's the appropriate architectural, they're the cross bars on the windows for the divided light. What's that?
Muttons.
Muttons. Sorry about that. But, you know, I mean, and you know, these are going to be energy efficient. They're going to improve drastically the look of the house. And given the fact that there is precedent, number one, for not only approving a clad window that's not wood, and secondly, for overriding the staff's position on that, I think it's appropriate to override it this time. I think there's precedent for it. And again, if the standard is from a historical perspective, and the only evidence tonight is from Mr. Dobbs that this 1/1 look is most likely the look that was originally included. So with that, I've said enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we're going to close the public hearing and return to our discussions. Is there anyone that is ready to provide a motion at this time?
If I can ask one clarifying, so the windows that we approved for the contributing structure on that other one, the Swanee, I think,
Mhm.
we approved what type of windows?
Those were vinyl, or wait, they were aluminum clad.
Clad. And here they're asking for vinyl, right?
That's correct.
Did we hear anything about getting aluminum clad windows here? Or is that what the quote, this $113,000 quote was? That was for wood, right?
No, that was for vinyl clad. The 13, or the
113.
wood clad.
Okay.
All right. We do have a suggestion from staff,
Yes, which is,
which is that we should look at a submittal from the window manufacturer and be able to compare the dimensional qualities of both the verticals, the stiles, and the rails, right? So we could look at the pieces of the window and see if they are comparable in size to a wooden window. And we might also, at the same time, I don't know where the board is sitting on the porch. I don't know where the board is sitting on the porch. I don't know how you all are feeling about the porch, but we could also ask for an additional design as staff requested for the porch.
So I guess the question is to our attorney, if we do a preliminary approval for both the window and the porch, could we leave it up to staff to get the dimensions, or does that come back? Or if we do a preliminary denial of the window, could the applicant come back with the additional information on the windows?
Dana Crosby, Collier City Attorney's Office. I don't believe that you have enough information to give. I don't think you can delegate this.
The
Staff
window.
wants to see this again, wants you to see this again. I don't think we have enough information, given what Ron said, to do that. If the matter is denied, they would have, the code reads that you can come back in 12 months unless there's something significantly changed about your plan and your submittal. So that's in our land development code.
So if we deny it, they have to wait 12 months?
I think ideally the applicant would probably prefer for you to continue this for further development, but you could
Right,
confer
but
with the applicant.
doesn't the applicant have to request a continue?
Yes,
for
the
us to
applicant would have
continue
to
this matter?
request a continuance.
And I don't know that, I presume that they would ask us to continue this matter, to give the additional information?
Yes, that would come
but-
from your applicant, that's correct.
Is
You can, I would defer to Elaine on this if I don't believe there's enough information for any preliminary approval at this time. It's not I don't think it's what we had in mind when we wrote the report.
Yeah, I would agree with our legal opinion on that for this regarding the windows, yes.
Regarding the windows, but not the porch. I thought we had some sense of consensus that a preliminary approval of a porch concept was suitable with further discussion between staff and the applicant for a design that is better preserves the unique feature of the historic home, with that coming back to us
With that
for
coming back,
review.
that's correct. You could
Is there
preliminary
general-
approve the porch if you.
Could we make a two-part motion?
It's definitely going to be a two-part motion at this
Okay.
point.
Okay.
I think
One
I
would
just-
be, continue.
I think I articulated the essence of a motion that might need more particulars, but,
And if I may remind you, the applicant would be the one to request that the windows be continued.
Right, so.
So
I guess the applicant needs to request that there be
Yeah,
a
I don't
continuance
know
of
that
the
they-
issue of the windows in order to permit this board to continue that discussion.
Right.
may I just offer a suggestion there, which was similar to, I'm not sure, maybe in effect, continuance versus a preliminary will get us to the same place, but if it expedites the process, for a preliminary approval of a window design and material that may not be wood, but could meet the expectations or the obligations of the historic nature and so on. Basically sending them back to staff to have further discussion about the wood and bringing more, as per staff's request, more detail on the material.
I think the request was that instead of having staff review it again, that all that additional information come back before the board.
Yes.
for-
Oh,
But
no.
not to go back to staff as a preliminary approval.
So how is that different than the porch? The porch, we're saying preliminary approval, that would ultimately come back to us. I would say
Right.
the same for the windows, that we're, again, if there's a general, and I don't want to speak for everyone, I don't know that we've polled everyone, if there's a consensus that
With-
because of the unique nature of this home having no original windows in place, that we could consider something other than what staff has articulated, but that has to go back and let staff and applicant discuss and review that, and then bring a different recommendation forward to us.
Once you approve a material, then that's what your applicant's going to go with.
I wouldn't
Okay.
suggest we approve
Okay,
a
I
material. We would
misunderstood
be
that.
approving, I would suggest if
Exploring other options.
exploring options other than the strict adherence that staff has put forth in this recommendation, or in this finding, based on the fact that there are no original windows in the house. I might be overcomplicating it, I'm trying to streamline it.
I would suggest that we give them the option to exercise finding different options for windows, whether it be wood with coverings, whether it be a wood clad, whatever. Just that they need to do some further research on because we didn't get any cut sheets, we didn't get
Fair.
Right.
anything on the windows.
And I think that a continuation on both issues might be appropriate.
Okay.
And if that is,
To the applicant.
The windows, I do understand, providing the board some additional information, but I would like some additional clarification on the porch, because I truly do not understand what staff is requesting for alternative designs and things like that, because if you're gonna do a preliminary approval like what y'all are talking about, that implies to me that the idea of the porch and the form is okay, but y'all just need more details before we get a final CA. So I would like to know from staff more specifics about what they feel is not appropriate about the design, because the staff said that it's not characteristic with this style of house. I adamantly disagree with that, and I showed evidence of that tonight. So I'd like some more additional information related to a continuance for the porch portion of this.
So I would suggest that at that, if you have questions for staff, then that's what we're asking you to do, is to spend some more time with staff to get a better design together. I don't know, that's not a conversation that we have tonight to eat up time. I think that's something that you sit down with staff and they can guide you possibly on what that design is. Because this board is not a design
No,
board.
I'm not asking for a design.
Okay.
I'm just asking for direction on the continuance, because usually you give me some direction on which way to go with this. So that's what I'm a little unclear on.
And I think the guidance we're giving you is that you would work with staff to get that design guidance. Again, this
Okay.
board is not a design board.
Okay.
I will say that I think that there were several expressions of that the design that you presented did not recognize the historic character of this anomalous house in the Seminole Heights district that has these oddly battered walls. And whatever you call it, providing it and we have to make a decision about how that
Okay.
strange condition is treated and so either kept in the design or
Okay.
not.
Well, and
Okay.
to me, at least, it's you come back after the preliminary approval, having spoken to staff, and staff, if you come back all together saying, we've looked at all the different, and this really is the best style, then I don't think that precludes coming back with this,
Okay.
in my mind, that staff says, we looked at all of it, we had follow-up discussions, and this really is the most minimally invasive.
Okay. Will this be a date-specific continuance? Okay.
In order to not have to renotice this, it would be continued to a date specific, and we do have April 6th available if that works for everyone.
Yes, that works for the owner, myself.
Okay, I need a move for continuance.
I would like to move that, hang on. I would like to move to grant a continuance of ARC-25-00000473 for the property located at 307 East Idlewild Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District to the April 6, 2026 public hearing at 5:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Okay. Uh, Thank you, Commissioners. If we're ready to move along with the agenda then, the next item on the agenda for review this evening is case number ARC-25-00000555 for the property located at 2910 North Central Avenue in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This request is for new construction of a single-family residence with site improvements. It's worth noting, and this is mentioned in the staff report for this project, that this was the location of a contributing structure in the historic district. There was an emergency demolition permit issued based on the structure being damaged due to some of the hurricanes that we experienced in 2024. And the structural integrity of the building was such that the emergency demolition was necessary. With that, I'm going to move into the photo presentation to orient you with the location of the property. In the Tampa Heights Historic District, this site is indicated in green on the map there shown on your screens. It's in the north end of the Tampa Heights Historic District, close to the intersection of Florabraska Avenue and Central Avenue, one parcel removed from the intersection there on its southwest side. This is the 1920 Sanborn map of the area. Again, with the subject property showed in green, you can see the building that was formerly on the site there. It was a bungalow-style building with a full-width front porch, and that's showing a porte-cochere on the south side of the previous structure. It was a airplane style bungalow with 1 story in the front, 2 stories in the rear. And historically, there were accessory structures to the rear of the property. This is the aerial of the subject site, and again shown in green. You can see the historic district boundary in the blue color there on the map. You can see that we're about a block away from Interstate 275 toward the east. Florabraska is a street that does go all the way through underneath the interstate there at this location. This is the subject site, and you can see here we're looking west into the property. There is a existing curb cut on the south portion of this site, and you'll be able to see that again in a minute. This is the property directly to the north. A non-contributing building in the historic district. This is the one at the intersection there at Florabraska Avenue. This is the building to the south, also a contributing structure in the district. And then looking across the street, we have another contributing building which has also experienced a little damage in recent times. Looking north, this is the intersection at Florabraska and Central Avenues. And then looking south here, you can see that curb cut on the right side of your screen where the subject property is. You note that there's a granite curb here. The granite curb, in this case, we would request that it be restored, and the proper treatment of the granite would be to sink it in place at the new location of the proposed driveway apron. So this is just a wider view of the subject site from pulled away a little bit, so you can see where it is in relation to everything else on in the area. So with that, I will ask the applicant to present the request. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Salvador Rodriguez. My address is 3603 West Flora Street, Tampa, Florida. I am the architect of the project. The style of the project will be a bungalow house with design improvements. It's a single-family residence. The location is Tampa High Historic District. The address is 2910 North Central Avenue. The zoning for this property is RS50. The lot dimensions are 59 by 115. The house that we propose will be 2,391. The impervious area of the property will be 40%, and the living area of the house will be 1,612. The original house was demolished due to storm damage. This is the site plan of the property. The main structure setback will be 20 feet from the property line in the front. The south side setback will be 7 feet, and the north side setback will be 12 feet. The rear setback will be 20 feet. Behind the sidewalk, along Central Avenue, there is a 43 inches laurel oak grand tree in poor conditions. We propose to remove the 43 inches laurel oak, the 43 inches camphor grand tree, and the 40 inches on the northwest side. We already submit reports to the staff about that trees. Some of them one of them fall on top of the house. The other two are in a really bad shape. There is an existing granite curb along the street. For the proposed driveway, for the new driveway, the granite curb will be sunk in place. For the existing driveway, we will remove the existing driveway, and the granite curb will be restored to its original conditions. There is an existing sidewalk in front of the property that requires repair due to cracking in the concrete, but the location will be exactly the same. No fence is proposed for this property. The proposed entry porch will be 10 feet deep with a carport located on the north side of the property. This will be the location of the carport. The carport will be 26 feet deep from this column to this column, but the concrete driveway will extend 36 feet to this edge to have two cars, 18 feet length for each one, and the two cars will be completely behind the front line of the building. Parking for two vehicles. The front porch will be 26 inches above the existing sidewalk, and it will include 5 risers. That is comparable to the nearby houses with similar porch height, and stair configuration were used as a reference for these dimensions. Welcome walls are proposed on the site plan. This will be the welcome walls in these areas. Gutters, downspouts, ADS pipes, and bubblers will be used to direct stormwater to the public right-of-way. This is the proposed floor plan of the house. The house will be 2,391, 1,612 square feet. The house will consist in a family room, dining, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a covered lanai, entry porch, and carport for 2 vehicles. This is the front elevation of the house. The finished floor elevation of the house will be 2 feet, 7 inches above existing grade. And the entry porch will be 2 feet, 2 inches above existing grade. A concrete stain wall with a smooth stucco finish will be used for this area. Brick veneers will be used for the column piers. Consist with traditional bungalow style. Brick veneers will also be used as the finish for the welcome walls and the entry columns. This is the welcome walls with the brick veneers, and these are the columns. The columns will be constructed on concrete with cement board cladding and stucco bands and the top of the bottom. This will be this area of the column. Stucco band on the bottom, stucco band on the top, and cement board cladding on the middle. For the transition between the stain wall and the hardy board, we will use 8 inches horizontal cement board skirt board will be installed between the stain wall stucco and the 6 inches hardy board. The front gable will feature a staggered hardy board siding with 2x6 exposed rafters on this area. The roof will be a shingle roof, 6 and 12. Metal half round gutter will collect the water. This will be the metal half round gutter will collect the water. Pressure treated wood brackets will be used at the gables. Windows will have a 5 inches hardy board trim on top at sides with a 2 inches window sill at the bottom. Double windows will include a 8-inch hardy board trim at the center. All windows will be double hung. This is the back elevation. Will be exactly the same material, shingle roof, veneers, columns in concrete with cement board finish, stucco bands, the column piers, the 8 inches skirt board, and the 6 inches hardy, and the stagger gable area. This is the other elevation, that is the elevation on the area for the north side. That will be this is the porch, and this is the extension that I were talking about for the concrete slab to fit 2 cars all the way back from the front building. These are the brick veneers that basically will emulate the piers of the typical bungalow house. This is the other side. This will be the south side, exactly the same. The piers, stucco band, emulate the stain walls, the skirt board, the hardy, and the trims around the windows. These are the construction section of that it will be a concrete block wall house. The 2'6" of the stain wall, the stucco, the skirt, hardy board, window, hardy board, and the stagger hardy board, shingle roof, and brackets, exposed rafters. This is the front. Will be the stair with the 5 risers. The cover lanai will be raised 2 feet 7 inches. The hardy board on the concrete, on the lintels, the stagger hardy on the gables, exposed rafter 2x6, PT. This is the other section of the column with the column in concrete, brick veneers, stucco bands, cladding, cement board cladding, and siding on the gables. This is the other section on the back. Section on windows, exposed rafters, 2x6, will extend 2 feet. The overhang of this house will be 2 feet. This is other section, the same. It's the same material that we're gonna use. Exposed rafters, siding, stucco, and skirtboard. The complete house has exactly the same consistency with all the materials, boron, stain wall, gables, exposed rafters, gutters. These are the examples of the houses that we took to design this house. Exactly what is the height of the entry porch, what is the dimension of the welcome walls, the exposed gable, the half hip on this area, the change on the siding or stagger on this gable, the siding on the walls, the stain walls, the piers. These are houses in front and on the side of the house. The porch on the side, the carport on the side of the house, the driveways. This is the detail of the windows. It's basically when we have 2 windows that they are not joined, but they have an 8-inch separation. That separation is with this trim, with the double window. We have 5 inches here, 5 inches here, 5 inches here, and 1 trim here, 2 inches. The bottom will be 2 inches window sill. And this is for the single window. This is the lamp that we're gonna use on the front door. Veneers, stagger for the front gables, siding, window sills, corners of the siding. The window and the door, we have a couple of this will be the window that we will use for this house. And this will be the type of door that we're gonna use for this house. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Moving to the staff report, staff found that this application was consistent with conditions, and I believe the majority of those were met by the applicant here at the public hearing. So with that, I am available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Is there any comment from those of you in the auditorium? Seeing none, we'll start with questions. Tim?
Okay. Your overhang material, Can you tell me what you're going to use for your soffit and your fascia? I didn't see that called out in your details.
The rafters will be exposed.
Right,
The bottom of the rafter will be board. And
so it's B-board up on the deck?
yes,
decking,
the
okay.
rafter, basically the rafter will overhand the 2x6. The B-board will be in top.
Yep,
And then you will have the plywood, and then you have the shingle.
okay. And what about the fascia? What type of
We
fascia?
we don't. Yes, we have the 2x6 fascia on the.
Okay,
On the porch.
all right. I didn't see, can you pull up your site plan? Can you show me on your site plan where your mechanical units are? Where's your water heater, your AC systems, things like that?
Okay, the AC will be almost on the back on this area. The water heater will be inside the house. This will be the location of the AC.
Do you have any type of screening that you have planned to go in there to
I didn't show anything on the plan, but we propose to have a couple of shrubs hiding that units.
okay, all right. On your samples, I saw that you had your lighting in there. Do you have any door hardware on there as well? I didn't notice that. Did you show your door handles and things like that on your sample sheets?
Do you have any door handles? No, we didn't bring a door handles.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good job.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the thorough presentation. Just a couple of questions. It appears at the front, do you have gutters on this home?
Do you have what?
Gutters?
Yes, we have it.
Okay, whole house,
Yes.
okay. And you said no fencing, right?
No fence.
No, there'll be
Sorry.
no perimeter fence?
No, no perimeter
Or
fence.
side fences, I guess I should say, okay. And then just last is, do you have a spot designated for your waste cans, your refuse cans? Because you've got a long space for your vehicles to come in, or the trash can's gonna be situated in the back? Will they sit on a slab? Are they gonna just be in the grass?
We can put we don't have any space designated for cans, but I assume that the cans will be on the area on the back, because that will be the location of the kitchen. We can put it on this area, but
Something to consider so that they have a home.
yes, if you want, we can hide that with shrubs also, and have a couple of paths that there is.
I don't know that they have to be hid with shrubs, but it's good for them to have a
A concrete slab.
specific space, yes, slab or some spot that's designated, so they're out of the way of the vehicles and not just sitting in the yard. That's it, thank you.
So generally, when you look at the historic and the other homes, the carport is on the other side of the house. Was there a reason you put it on the side that you have it on as opposed to the other side of the house?
Yes, but that changed later. We have a tree here that we're supposed to protect. But when we were in the middle of the design and we did the staff asked for the tree report said that we have to remove the tree. And we initially proposed to keep that tree, but I never heard anything about that the carport has to be on the left side, on the right side.
Yeah, you may not have, I'm just asking,
Okay.
was it always proposed to be this way?
That was because of that tree. And we proposed, and that house was down 12 feet, because if you see the setback on the south side is 7, on the north side is 12, because always the idea was to protect that tree.
Oh,
But
okay, so when you first designed the house, the tree was preventing the house essentially the design
Yeah,
from being
because we have to
flipped.
protect, the radius of this tree is supposed to be 20 feet.
Okay.
And that took a lot of area on this side.
Yeah,
But when we are, that was, as soon as we get there, they say, okay, we have to remove the tree, but we already have everything set it up. And I just say, okay, we remove the tree, but it didn't change the design of the house.
okay. And then how far is the house from, because there's an existing white, right, fence from the neighbor?
All the houses are 20 feet on that. We did the block average, but the zoning department asked for 20 feet setback. But when we did the average setback, it was like 20 feet, 2 inches. Basically, all the houses on that side has that exact setback.
From the side? What's
No,
the-
we only take setbacks from for block average, we only take setback from the front, never from the side.
Okay,
Only on the corner lots, we take a setback for that.
okay, that's all I have.
No questions.
Oh, I think that I am in pretty good shape, so Tim.
I'm sorry, I have 2 more questions. The staff asked for a verification on the muttons are on the interior and the exterior of the windows. Is that correct? The grills on the windows, are they on the interior
No,
and
they
exterior?
just asked that I remove the bottom because initially I have a 5 inches.
No, it says here, primary structure, verify that the muttons or grills on doors or windows.
No, we don't have the windows. Will be no nothing, no grids. This is the design of the windows. We don't have grids on the
Okay.
windows.
But you do on the front door, you do.
Yes. What is the front door? This one is the front door.
Hang on a second,
Oh,
he's
we-
got to switch over.
How do you switch over? You have to give me a class about this.
There we go, there we go. So are those vertical muttons, are those on the inside and outside?
Has to be according with the requirements that they
Yeah.
say that it has to be inside and outside. It cannot be in the middle of the glass.
Correct. So I'm just verifying that that is the case. Can you show me the front elevation of the home again? I'm sorry, Mike, can you switch back to your computer now? Sorry about that. Technology, isn't it great? There we go. Okay, that's all I needed to see there. And then I have a question for staff. On new construction, are we okay using hardy siding and hardy trim?
Yes, that has been routinely approved by this board for new construction, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I believe that I have no further questions.
Thank you.
No, I do have a question. Okay, so you mentioned that you're using metal half-round gutter,
Yes,
and we saw a picture, I believe, of
yes,
copper.
yes. That was requested by the staff. We have just regular gutters before, but the staff requests that we use metal round gutters.
Half-round,
Yes, half round, excuse
yeah.
me.
But are you using copper gutters?
No,
No, okay, that clarification, that's fine. All right, thank you. I have no further questions either. Are we ready for a motion? Oh, excuse me, rebuttal. Is there any need, do you feel the need to rebut anything? All right, thank you very much.
thank you.
All right,
I can make a motion. Is there any other comments?
I think we just have some clarification conditions, that just some small detail stuff that it doesn't have to come back to us, obviously, but.
Okay, I'll make a motion to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at the public hearing in ARC 2500000555 for the property located at 2910 North Central Avenue, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights? Tampa Heights, I'm sorry, Tampa Heights Design Guidelines for the city of Tampa for the following reasons. That per the staff report, the scale height with massing setback orientation, alignment, materials, and other related aspects are consistent with the historic guidelines and the Secretary of Interior guidelines, with the following conditions: that there is clarification of the gutter material was one.
Mechanical screening?
Well, just to clear, so the gutter material is clarified. The addition of screening for the AC equipment, mechanical equipment on the exterior, and inclusion of a specified location for waste cans,
Door hardware?
and inclusion of specifics on door hardware.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we grant a certificate of appropriateness with conditions. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Let's ask our applicant if he understands the condition.
Sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. All right, nay? No opposition? Thank you very much. You understand the conditions, and you will receive a certificate of occupancy.
Thank you very much.
Certificate of appropriateness, yes. No, no, oh, yes.
We'll take the certificate of occupancy.
Okay. Moving along on the agenda, Commissioners, the next item is ARC-26-0000022 for the property located at 2809 North Central Avenue, and also, again, in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This project was continued with a preliminary approval from a previous hearing. The preliminary approval for the project was given on December 3rd, 2025, and included the geometry and form of the proposed addition to this structure. So with that particular portion of this request, the applicant was to work to adjust the materials, and that will be what they present to you this evening. Additionally, there was a final approval given for the location of solar collector panels along the on the roof of this building, and I believe there was also there was a continuation also given on that at that December public hearing for the treatment of the north side porch enclosure. So you'll be seeing that presented as well this evening. So moving along to the photo essay here for the request. This is the location of the request at 2809 North Central Avenue in the Tampa Heights Historic District. It is located north of Columbus Drive and north of Forest Street in the Historic District, just south of Gladys Street and south of Roble Street. The property is located along the east side of Central Avenue. And this is the present-day aerial photograph showing the location of the subject site. It's outlined in green there for you. You can see that it is you can see the location of the interstate just to the east, and the red line, of course, indicates the local historic district boundary, the blue line indicating the National Register Historic District boundary. This is the 1915 Sanborn map showing what was then the entire block between Robles and what was then called Michigan Avenue, but is now known as Columbus Drive. The property today is been reduced to this size. And you can see the footprint as it was then on the 1915 Sanborn map. The footprint today is a little different. You'll see that when the applicant presents does their presentation. Looking at the 1915 and 1931 Sanborn maps, you can see some of those changes there. This building with its configuration was originally oriented south facing Columbus Drive, we believe. And there were some additions, some work done on it in its early years, and that work was done, I believe, before 1915, so we don't have the original footprint of the building as it originally was constructed, but it's been adapted for, as time has gone on. You can see the open porch on the second story on the north side. This is often sometimes referred to as a gallery, so more of a passageway from one portion of the house to another rather than a porch as you might think of it as being a place where you would sit out and enjoy the view or something to that effect. This is looking at the west elevation facing Central Avenue, or from Central Avenue rather. So this is the front of the house today. This is looking at the north side of the property, along the north side. You can see the front elevation, some of the north elevation, and a little bit of the what remains of that second story porch or gallery there just beyond the cross gable. This is looking at the west and the south side of the site. You see the porch wrapping around toward the rear of the house. And then this is the south and the rear of the subject site. There's been a addition on the rear. Some of the additions have also been removed, so it's, as I stated, the property has changed quite a bit over the very long lifespan that it has had. This is looking at the rear of the building and its north side as we move around the structure. So that's its current configuration on that, from that view. And then we have a little bit of a view of that north side porch area as it exists today. Moving around the neighborhood a bit, this is the property directly to the north. This is new construction in the historic district. This is the site to the south. This is looking across the street to the west. This is the view looking north on Central Avenue. And the view looking south on Central Avenue, so the subject site here would be to your left. And that concludes the photo presentation. So at this time, we'll have the applicant present the request. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Fritz, and this is my wife, Taryn Sabia. We haven't been sworn in, so we don't know if we need to do that. We're going to tell the truth anyway, but so make sure we get that through the legal part.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony being provided today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so As Elaine said, we're here on continuance, and we did work with staff regarding the materials from the previous presentation. So our focus in being able to find better fitting materials based on the overall scale and proportion of our project was also to look at the profile of those materials. So scale, proportion, profile are really where we focus to make sure that the materials that we're selecting for the new addition fit with the character of the historic house, but also are representative of something contemporary in nature so that there is that division between the old and the new. And so Adam's going to walk through some of those drawings. We'll show you the site plan, and then he'll orient you to the elements that we're here to talk about today.
Thank you, Taryn. Just to kind of, I know you've seen this, some of you 3 times now, so we're going to just quickly run through what we've talked about just to get you oriented. Over on that west side, as Elaine alluded to, Central Avenue is the main thoroughfare through our neighborhood and a very grand street. Our house now does face that west side on Central Avenue. We originally were looking to maximize the taking advantage of the sun till we can get them enough solar collectors to be able to, that was the genesis of this project. And we also wanted to fix a lot of the ills that were in the house, mostly in the back. So as we move around, the aspects of what we're looking to add are back on the, it would be on the southeast corner of the property, and then everything in gray is the addition to the original footprint that we're looking to add in square footage. Just blowing that up a little bit in a floor plan. What we look to do, and just to reiterate kind of that form aspect, is that the main piece of the house and the main massing, that 2-story historic mass, ends right here at this last part. Elaine was alluded to a wonderful addition that was added to the back of our house. It's been the bane of our it's been the bane of our existence for since we've moved here. So we looked at this to make sure we were looking at some of the cues from the existing property, and then we wanted to make that clear line of demarcation, which would be the back edge, the east edge of this mass. So that's where the addition, and that's where the change we wanted to occur. This is just for reference, and we'll get to this. This on the north side, there is an existing porch. Elaine showed you some of those pictures. We'll get into a little bit more of that to talk about that. To kind of address and be respectful of the guidelines of Tampa Heights, we've moved all of the solar collectors to the back of the house, to the back side, so it would not be that it would be not visible from the street. The edge of the mass is this kind of line dividing this piece, moving all the solar collectors back here so that we could take advantage of at least half of the daylight of the solar. This is the north elevation. On the top side, you'll see the elevation from Central Avenue, how the configuration of the house kind of pops out, the existing front porch. What you don't see is that massive camphor tree that's right here that takes up pretty much half the elevation.
So the house just turned 150 this year, and we're told that the tree is older than the house.
And the tree is making sure it's throwing its weight around because the entire house kind of is tilting to one side right now. So as you wrap around from the west elevation, you go to the south elevation, that geometry of this lower porch continues, and they had infilled this last part of this porch at some point in time in the history of the home. And here you can really start to see that 1-story kind of appendage addition at one point that was added to the kind of historic structure aspect. And that's kind of where we're asking to show, talking about this line of demarcation. So the geometry of what we wanted to do is take this covered porch and then just turn around this edge, and then keep that same profile and the same slope and everything about that roof line, utilizing the same distance that we have here, and that would be the same distance we step back for this lower roof to kind of complete that existing home. And then from that edge, this is all we're proposing new construction, and what we're adding here is in some of the nuances that we took from the original kind of the original presentation to you, was we took some cues from our existing home. We had originally had some tile over here. We were going to admit it's pretty functional because it's back behind the mass, but we changed that back to the historic siding, so really kind of reinforcing that line and demarcation. That thin wall is that separation. We'll show you the materials of that, but as we continue around, we looked at the how we could articulate these glass glazing openings, and we took some cues from the stacking of the 3 windows up here on the southwest corner of the 2nd floor. And what we did was we made the glazing width be the exact same width as every other window. All the windows are all the same on the 1st level. So what we did was divide in that same type of width, and then we added in the thickness here, and added a trim board piece here to kind of respect some of the and pull some of the details from the existing home into the new home, the new addition, and then as we rolled around, we added also these 4-inch corner trim boards. We added them at every aspect when we had the new siding.
So again, just to follow with the scale, proportion, and profile, so picking up those cues from the historic elements and utilizing them in the addition structure.
So the horizontality of the siding of all the existing home, we kept that same horizontality moving around on the south elevation, and then you'll see it show up more on the north elevation. We'll talk a little bit, then I'll pass these along what we're proposing. But as you walk around, this is now the east side of the home. We're moving around the house, and this is all proposed to the elevation piece. As you can see, we would be taking down that small addition appendage that was here, but we would take the same angle and the same slope for the new addition, and then shift that out a little bit further, let it be behind that screen wall of the fin, allow that angle to come up, and then it would come and hit a point here, and then that same slope down. So we're taking that same historic slope and being able to use that as part of the geometry. We had a couple different windows. We had a French door and we had some other things, and so we simplified all of that and took it down to just 2 of these sliding doors that will be able to open up completely onto on the porch aspect on the back side of the home. And then as we move around, you can see we've added, wherever we have the new proposed siding, we've added in trim detail to mimic and to pull that detail and some of the historic aspects from the home over to the new construction. We also took another trim piece that went underneath the roof, so underneath our soffit, which would allow that new rain screen siding to come up, and then utilizing that same kind of trim pieces that are on the front side and the north side of the building underneath where the soffit comes together and it matches where the siding is. So pulling some of those elements around. Now we're just continuing around the home. We have a open air balcony here. And you guys, we have an open air space here, and that's existing. And so what we wanted to do is respect those forms. I know that a lot of the comments were on the transparency and how we could utilize this and not lose that geometry of the open air porch but let it be functional to us, and let it be functional in something that we could use. So what we came up with was a way to make something that is removable, keeping these same kind of profiles, and I'll show this in a section, and we'll kind of wrap around it. Let me just blow this detail up a little bit. Since this was on the existing home, let's show, okay? Since this was part of the existing home and not in that line of demarcation where we go from existing to new construction, we kept the existing profile siding to infill this lower space. We removed the stair. There was a stair going up to that balcony. Doesn't meet code, it's falling down. But we took that aspect out and let this be open air because everybody wants to know where we keep our air conditioning units. Our air conditioning units are in that area right there. Instead of having them exposed, we pulled them behind the masses. There's a little screen that goes up there, but all of our mechanical units are in this area back behind the mass of the building. So that would continue to be in that area. And the electrical panel. The big deal for us was that our electric panel was exposed, so anyone who wanted to could just turn off the power to our house. And that would be a little difficult right now with how cold it is. And so we want to be able to bring our electrical panel into a more secure environment. Then how to make this screen work, or how can we make this still feel like a balcony? So what we did was pulled the baluster, the balustrade posts, the 1x1s, actually they're 2x2s, and used them out in front of a plane that would be the real wall that would be able to enclose this. And then what we are proposing is wood screens to go out in front of a wall. And let me show you the section, and you can pull up that image. It's in the image folder, Taryn. How this would work is that the decorative block and the screen is already part of that detail. We would then this floorboard is here, and we would infill this aspect going back, but pull it back behind the actual.
Do you want to show the existing, and then I'll get the screen.
This is just let you know the images. We would pull it all back behind these columns, so the columns would be able to read through. And as we moved up, we kept that balustrade that, used to be here, and we put that out in front of the new wall, and then brought it up to a sill piece, which would be like the handrail for the balcony aspect. And then what we are proposing is a panel that's removable. And so that anytime that you wanted to go back to the balcony, you wanted to go back to that after we're long gone, because we'll definitely be using it, but that balcony could then be restored back to the historic aspect, because this is a completely removable panel that would be solid, but then out in front of it would be wood screen. This is an example of some wood screen that's in our neighborhood.
On our street.
It's actually on our street. It's just a wood screening element. But it would have that similar look where it should still feel like you are having an elevation where it still feels like, okay, the balcony is there, the remnants of the balcony are there, where we're now making it something functional, and we're addressing this by making this a completely removable aspect if it ever wanted to go back to that part, and making sure that all of the new elements that we're talking about are pushed back from the predominant column pieces that are going through, and just have an opportunity to rebuild this kind of dilapidated side or north side of our home into something that's going to be useful for us. So that's kind of the section that would be going through here on that new side. Some of the materials, I'm just going to kind of now go back for the new. So you want to pass these out?
Yeah.
So I'll just go through.
You want to do the doors first?
Yeah, we'll do
Okay. Do you want
the doors
Do you want
first.
this guy?
Yep, I'll do that one in a second.
Okay.
So this is I'm moving back the same way I came. So this is now the east elevation. This is back, we have a porch area on this side. The pool is over to the left on this image. We have a space frame here that's just a framed aspect, so we can add we could cover our porch and let that be an area that can, for solar collectors, so that we can keep all the solar behind the mast of the home.
And no, we don't have quite enough solar collectors just yet. And in order to be at about 75% capacity, we need to add additional. And our house was 48 degrees downstairs this morning. So,
Yeah,
no subfloors.
Yeah, that was very much when we were talking about other areas in Seminole Heights being that way, I'm like, well, we can relate. The sliding doors that we're proposing are from a local company called U-Fold. They're down in South Tampa, and they have went and got their own product approval number for.
Yes. So they have Florida product approval rating.
Yeah.
These are rated doors, they're impact.
And so it is
And they're local.
Which is really what appealed to us. But it's a very clean, open look to be able to connect that inside with our outside porch. Again, on the new aspect and on the behind the home, so it's not taking away from any kind of the historic aspects of the home, because it's all in the new construction and the addition. Then just moving around, okay, well, let's talk about this. This is the siding. So the siding you guys are getting is called by a product called, it's a New Tech wood. What appealed to us about this is that termites can't eat it, number one. Number two, it's a rain screen. So the meat and the energy that's protecting the wall and is behind this. We really enjoyed the horizontality of this material to not to respect the proportions of the home and the existing sidings, which has that horizontal feel, and then all the corners have the detail that breaks it up. So our details would still bring that corner trim board in. We were proposing a 4-inch, so it's a little bit smaller of a profile to show it's different from the most of the walls on the corner of the home. They'll have a 6-board, it's a 1x6 corner trim detail. So we're making it a little smaller because we wanted to not just take it over. We wanted to take a spin on it and make it a little bit to show that it is part of the new construction. This is how it all works together. There is a frame piece that goes on top of the CMU or the wood wall behind it. And then all of these things get locked into place, making it pretty durable, and obviously something that was appealing to us. This is kind of how this would look, and this is a nice example of it next to the fin wall that we are proposing for the corners. The fin wall is very distinct in where we're placing it. We have 2 of them. I'm just going to mark this real fast. Sorry, we have more than 2, but part of this is this would be a fin wall that would be a CMU block that would be a decorative block. And the hope is that we would either clad it or it would be its own material. Well, we have one here, and we will have one here, and then we also have one here. And this is part of these architectural features of opening up the 2 additions into the parts of the site that we would like to connect. So this is we're using this different material, and this is what we're proposing. It's very clean, block looking feel, but it would be lighter in nature, much like the trim, but it would be that line of demarcation between everything historic and what we're treating as the new in the new construction. So that would be the materiality what we would be talking about for the transition pieces of these different fins. And then from that point on would be the new trim material which you guys are looking at for those other elevations. And I'll just talk a little bit about, so I probably can let them go with questions on that. Did we hit that piece?
I think you hit them all.
Yep,
With
we
that
hit that material. So we tried to reduce the just kind of to wrap it all up. What we tried to do is listen to what you guys were saying last time we were here. Address in the materialities in a more nuanced way. How can we allow the new construction to feel different and make that clean line of transformation and demarcation between the existing and the new construction that we're proposing, and how that can still pull some of the elements from the horizontality of the siding into the new siding, and then bringing some of those detail pieces that make the historic home have that feel of changing with the transition pieces on the corners, and then trimming out all of our windows in the new construction with a wide trim board that goes around those different openings that we have in the new construction. I think I've opened it up for you guys to ask some questions, so. With that,
All
I'll
right.
pause.
Elaine?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will proceed with the staff report briefly here. Staff found this application to be consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines and the Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines for rehabilitation, and consistent with the direction that was given by this board at the December 2025 ARC public hearing. We did have some comments in the staff report. I believe most of it is regarding discussion and making sure that the materials presented and the details presented were sufficient for your review. So with that, I'm available for questions, and I think that is all my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any comments from the auditorium? Seeing none, we'll move on to questions from. No questions.
This is really minor. On one of the pictures, there's a light fixture. It's probably going away. That looks like it's metal, or it had like a white light and a red light. Am I remembering that correctly? It's on the side of I think below the porch.
It's the one I used. I know which way. It's the one in the back porch.
On the back.
Yeah, on the lower level. I presume that's being replaced.
Yes, we're hoping to match everything to what's on the front of the house, which are, they're black trimmed, simple fixtures.
Okay. Yeah, that one just kind of stuck out.
There's a lot of things if you look close. I mean, at 150, we're like, stand back and look at it.
Right. So that was really minor. So I presume it's going to be changed out to match the front of the house.
The intention would be for it to have that uniformity.
And then that, it's not travertine, whatever that material is that's separating the old from the new. I'm not going to have the sides right, but can you see it at all from the front? There's three of them. Two of them, they look like they're on the back, but the one on the side of the house, are you going to be able to see it at all?
It's too far back, and the high fence from the required for the pool blocks it.
Blocks most of it, yeah. And, let me show you the north elevation. It does go higher, and it's intentional in its design. This is, you would see it in that profile, and you're gonna see it because it does exist, but it is hiding its functionality is to hide the photovoltaic solar collectors. So it has a functional aspect to it. And so it does go, you will see it if you strain. Let me just go to the site plan to show you. Go ahead, Tara.
I was gonna, but what's not drawn in the elevation is the fence, which is a solid wood fence on the property,
Okay.
There is a,
which has to stay because it's a requirement for the pool.
For the
there
pool,
is a
right.
6-foot-high fence that goes all along here, separating the front from the back. You saw it in some of the pictures, but that's handling most of this. Yeah, but that, since I am under oath, I gotta tell you that it is above, and.
So you may
So a little
see
bit
it peeking out a little.
And the color that you showed to us was like a sand color or, yeah,
Yeah, we're looking.
light color.
We have internal fights all the time, being two architects, she wins all the time. And so every now and then I try to put a color or something in. Right now, the leaning candidates is that this would be more of the fin walls would be a lot lighter, and then the trim pieces that make up the body would be the darker, kind of
Okay.
like the way the house is now. It's got
Yeah.
a cleaner, lighter color trim, white, and then blue. It's actually.
But the lighter will also,
Yes.
you won't be able to see it as,
Yeah, it's also
you'll
true.
read what's in front of it more. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay,
The fin wall's intention right now is for them to be white.
okay. That's all I have.
Like
Thank you.
Hello, thanks so much.
There we go, sorry. No, no, no,
You good?
yes.
Just one quick question as well. For the covered porch, and you described some unusual material. Can you just, and then you showed an example of a home that, will it look like screen? Or will it look like,
It's going to look dark like that screen. Yeah, like it's an opening.
but it is not opaque, it's not see-through, right?
No, well,
It's-
what screen is.
Is it,
So
Well-
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to, I guess you wouldn't be able to see through it.
You can.
but the
somewhat.
air moves through
I mean,
it?
it is a wood screen.
Okay.
That is a wood frame screen.
Yes,
But it's screen.
it is screen.
It's a black screen.
Okay.
So that it would feel like you still have an opening.
Yeah.
So to have that aspect that still feels like it's an opening
Okay.
for the balcony, so that all the pieces of the balcony, the columns, all
yeah.
of the trim pieces, those are all set back. It still is going to read like a balcony, but the instead of the transparency of glass, it's going to be a wood screen.
And remind me, behind that, there was a window and a door, or was it two windows?
Two
There's a-
doors.
Two doors.
And then there are two small, like, plexi windows that go into the shower of the bathroom
Right.
upstairs.
So those remain?
Well, they would be enclosed with the space.
That gets enclosed?
Yes.
So then, is there access out to this little porch? I guess that's where I'm, is
It
it just a part of the facade, or is it, has any functionality from inside the house?
Inside, it has every piece of functionality that we need because we can utilize it for a space. Right now, it's.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were going, we're removing the stair, so you
Yes,
wouldn't get up
correct.
to it from outside,
Right.
but
Sorry.
you would be able to access it from,
Okay. This-
it's the bedrooms. Two of the bedrooms.
But it's not,
So what is it gonna be used for?
yeah, it's not a porch, it's now
It's not gonna be
interior
used for-
space.
I mean, it would still be
it's-
the balcony,
Well,
which,
it's,
I mean,
what is it gonna be used for? It's just like that other infill parts of the house. We're infilling it so we can use it to be a function for us on the inside. So it would be, it's gonna be a closet.
So it's now becomes under air.
That's correct, yes. We're adding this as
But
part of
from
the
the outside,
physical
it
square
looks
footage.
like an exterior porch.
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
That's the
Okay.
intent.
So there's gonna be an interior wall?
Yes,
And then it's an air-conditioned space?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
So, accept that piece.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna show them this up.
You mentioned during your presentation that the U-fold doors you guys had found had the same styles and frame system that your windows had? The size-wise?
Same,
No,
proportion in terms of the width of the,
the U-folds are on the north elevation.
Yep.
The-
Yeah.
The one that we're putting on the south elevation, that's the one we're looking to try to match the proportional aspect of the frames of the other windows. So the exact opening from. So the intention is that the opening from here to here, in between the structural elements, is the same width as all of the windows in the home. So we're pulling that, this is a different width because this is on the second floor.
Yep.
But the same intention would be that you're utilizing that same width, and then you're putting a frame system inside of that, and then the trim is out in front of it. And so what we're doing is combining windows that we're taking the proportions, or sorry, the width of the windows, and then making them a lot larger. But it would still go up to match the head of the other windows. Let me show
So
you
on
elevation.
and that's on the south elevation?
Yes, sir.
So on the south elevation, those aren't operable doors, those are windows?
That's correct.
Okay.
These right here.
And have you sourced those windows yet?
Not yet.
Okay. The material that you're using on your thin walls, are you open to different materials on that,
On the thin wall?
on the thin walls?
Yeah, I got 6 other ones over here.
Yeah.
If you want to look at them. They're in case of emergency, but I'm not allowed to show you those unless I have to, because that's the one that she wants, so.
Having done a renovation with my wife, I understand. How are you planning on capping that thin wall?
A metal flashing, it's a cap flashing.
Okay.
And
That's it. That's all I got for
The
that.
cap flashing would match the drip edge.
so now I'm going to ask, so the material on the fin wall is how thick? It just,
It's 8 inches.
oh, it's an 8-inch,
Yes,
so
it's a modular piece that
okay, so it's like so it is basically a very, very fancy concrete block.
yes,
correct, yes.
Okay,
smooth face.
smooth face, ground, ooh, okay.
And it has a really tight line, so.
We get lost in our pieces of paper, but yes, that's the intention. That is.
Okay. I'm done.
I'm sorry, roofing material? Did we spec the roofing material?
Yes, the same asphalt shingles, it's gonna match all black.
The new roof that we have.
We just put a new roof on, that was the new roof shingles are black asphalt shingles, that's what would be.
That's what you're
on
gonna
the
use to
roof.
match,
Yes,
okay.
We would continue that same, the porch roof, it's wrapping around, and then that would be for the addition as well.
Okay. Staff on here has, I'm just going through their notes. Your overhang materials, where's your soffits and fascia? Do you have a detail showing that, a wall detail?
So it would be a tongue and groove beadboard system that's consistent with all the rest of the house has a tongue and groove beadboard system as a soffit. The rafters are not exposed, it's on the underside of the rafters, so we would be enclosing that geometry with a tongue and groove beadboard system.
And your soffit is on the rake like that, on an angle? It's not, okay. Columns and balusters, do we have details for those?
The only columns and balusters we have is on the space frame, and that's, right now, we've got those, they're just 2x materials that are being laminated together. Let me show you on the plan. There are no columns per se on the building proper, or the addition proper, but the columns that we're proposing here,
I believe that space was previously approved, wasn't it? Was that not?
I'd love to think that was, yes, sir.
I think it was. So we're not going to discuss that now.
Okay.
Okay, it seems like we're just missing some details that staff has asked for materials, so.
Which ones?
But that's all the questions I have right now.
All right, I have no further questions. So are we ready for a motion? Yes. Do you feel the need for a rebuttal?
There
Okay.
it is. It's really hard to see the demarcation lines in the material, but
It's a modular unit.
yeah.
Yep.
So what we're looking at is like
Is
an
material
8-inch
for the
high.
fin.
It's an 8 by.
8 by 8 by 16.
Yeah, okay. So what are we, I know. So, but do you have a rebuttal? Do you feel the need for rebuttaling?
It's such a loaded question.
No.
Okay.
No, I think the thing that we would say is if there's still some details with the nuances of any other material. I mean, obviously, the rain screens are something that we're proposing, but if there's others, we can work with staff on different materials if that's needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
If there's something else that may be missing, and we can also try to answer any questions you may have if you have any. So this concludes my question mark of a rebuttal.
All right, so are there any conditions that we have identified?
Yeah, I think they need to get with staff and just kind of solidify some details. I'm not a huge fan of those thin walls, those skinny wall, whatever they're calling them, because you are gonna see them from the street and they are wildly different than the house, right? I think they're cool looking. I understand why they wanna have them, but I don't like them, but that's just me. So, but I think that's something they could work with staff. That's why I asked the question if they'd be willing to change material or something like that. I think that's something they could work with staff on.
But I think that they have actually supplied a material at this point, and
Yeah,
so do we need to change that? I don't think that we need to step into that.
no, I think that's something they can work with staff on. That's
But-
what I think.
Right, but we don't, if they have not given us anything, I think that then we should ask for it.
Uh-huh.
But if they've given us something, and they have, they've made that decision, and we have accepted it, I don't think we need to belabor the point by asking them to work with staff.
What I'm saying is I'm not accepting it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
So that's just my stance.
Okay.
I mean, I'm open to hear it, but that's just
all
me.
right.
I don't like them either. But, if I had my druthers, it would be a siding or something like that. I think we discussed that at the last meeting, and it came back as this. But that's my 2 cents. I just don't like that material for this application.
I think it's going to be mostly screened. There's the one wall on the south side at the end of the porch that will be mostly screened, I understand, by a wood fence. We will see the top of it. And I personally, well, it's not my favorite thing.
I will say it's far enough back that it's not that big of an issue for me. Just if it were closer, I would be a little more concerned about it.
Okay. I think it's an enormous piece of property.
True.
And so the actual visual impact of this thing, I think, is going to be pretty minor. And so for that reason, I don't feel like we need to condition it as, we don't need to ask them to come back and give us some we don't want an we don't care about color.
Right.
So I think we're there.
I would still disagree. I still think you're gonna see it quite a bit. As you come from the south, it's a very large property. There's a huge field So the elevation that we've seen is straight from the front. So it's, as you come from the south, you're gonna see that wall. It's 12 feet in the air, 14 feet in the air. I mean, it's above the roof line. So you're gonna see it above a 6-foot fence. So, and it just looks out of place, again, in my opinion. That's just me. It doesn't match. I think it says in here, how the design respects the characteristics of the existing, must be compatible, show historic precedence. I don't think those thin walls do that. Just, not the walls themselves, just the way they're cladded.
I'll just say that's my opinion as well. I love what they're trying to do with the home. I think they responded incredibly, well to our previous comments and all the adaptations that were made, but I think that wall doesn't fit in this 150-year-old home either. Again, just my opinion.
Are we ready to approve everything except that material?
Well, I think they need to provide some more details on the windows that they need to put on the south side. They haven't spec'd those windows yet. There's some materials, as far as some of the balusters, they haven't finalized yet. There's other details. Some of their drawings that they had were hand sketch drawings. They need to be to scale. They just need to kind of clean it up a little bit. I think they're on the right path. I think they're moving in the right direction from the last time we saw them. I just think they just need to get it over the goal line. They're right there. Just get a little tush push and then you go.
Are these issues that need to come before us, or
No.
can they go to staff?
No, they can go to staff, I think.
All right, so
That's
we're
just fine.
conditioning window details,
Yeah.
balusters
Yep.
on the second floor balcony.
The window details we got.
And the demising wall, or
The thin walls.
The fin wall, we can call it?
Thin walls, I think that's what we call them.
And the fin wall details,
Material.
material. And we're going to ask staff to review those. Okay.
Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, here we go. I'm jumping in. So is this going, so Carol, is that going to be a final approval with conditions? Okay. Okay. So I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing for ARC-26-00000022 for the property located at 2809 North Central Avenue in the Tampa Heights Historic District with the following conditions. Because based on the finding fact the proposed project is consistent with the, Tampa Heights Historic District and the City of Tampa for the following reasons. Do I need to give my conditions? With the following conditions. The window details need to be solidified for the addition. Baluster details and specs for the second-story porch, and the thin wall material to be investigated further with staff for a more appropriate material. Because based on the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with, I think I said that already, but the Tampa Heights Historic District design guidelines with the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that it's consistent with design guidelines for massing and scale, and matches the Secretary of Interior standards.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we give a conditional approval for this project. All in favor? Okay,
And do inquire of the applicant.
oh, yes. And do you understand the conditions?
I believe so. We could, the fin wall is that height because it's hiding the solar panels. We could put that fin wall down into the plane of the roof that's elevated, and is it the material that you have an issue with, or is it the,
Wall
Okay.
itself.
It's the material itself.
okay, so if the material just ended at the, roof line and didn't go up any further, would that still be an issue?
I think that's something you can work on with staff. I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that acceptable?
Ron, are you good with that?
That's.
Oh, well, yes.
Okay. Yes, we are great, thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for an approval with conditions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ron Vila. I'm a planner with Historic Preservation. We are on our last agenda item for this evening, which is ARC-26-000058. This is for the address of 709 South Boulevard. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. There are two contributing structures on site. One is a primary structure, the other is an accessory structure. Both of them date back to 1913. The underlying zoning is RS 60. There are three requests associated with this record. The agent is aware to move forward with the demolition first. That's the demolition of a contributing structure. He's going to have 30 minutes to go through that presentation. If that is successful, then new construction for an accessory structure in the approximately same location with some modifications. And then lastly, an addition to the primary structure with site improvements. The primary structure is existing, is approximately 3,200 square foot. The proposed is about 3,500 square foot. The existing accessory structure is 445, and if that one is to receive approval for demolition, the new one is just under 900 square foot. The agent did bring some copies for you, so you could follow along his presentation for the demolition. There is an economic hardship and burden of proof that has to be met. And there's an administrative report that I'll go through after the presentation. At this time, I'd like to go through the photos. I start with the 1929 Sanborn map. Property in question is circled and highlighted in the green. The cross streets, you have Swan to the north, and the subject site is on South Boulevard. You see the fabric that was there in 1929. The yellow indicates frame construction. I wanted to zoom in on the parcel in question. You see the primary structure, which is a two-story wood frame, and then towards the rear, you see the accessory structure, the one-story accessory structure that encroaches over the north property line and encroaches over the rear abutting the alley. These will probably come into more play as we move forward, and they'll be here for your review. This is the subject site again. You see Swan to the north, and then the primary elevation faces South Boulevard. There is a usable alley in the back. This is the two-story house at 709 South Boulevard. This is the primary elevation. This is looking down the vehicular access to the north. They have a shared apron with a neighbor. This I wanted to show you. I purposely took this picture from the street, looking through the apron into their access into the backyard. I don't know what the dimension is. I think it's around 8 feet. The agent will correct me on that. You cannot get a car past that gate. So they're gonna have to park a car here and here. They're looking to change that as it moves forward. This is the primary elevation, and this is the north elevation. This is the front elevation, and then the south, portion of the south. Abutting structure to the south. Some street shots. South Boulevard is a through street. It's heavily traveled. There's a lot of parking. I don't believe you could park on one side of the street, which is this side, and then you could park on this side to clear the way for emergency vehicles. This is looking down Boulevard back towards Swan. Moving to the subject site. This is currently the rear. This is the primary structure, as I stated. The rear is requested to receive a one-story addition to the back. So just kind of food for thought as you move forward. This is the accessory structure that is seeking demolition. This elevation faces Boulevard. You see there is no door here, vehicular door, garage door. You can't get a car back there. That's part of the challenge here. This is internal. This is just a closer look at the facade that faces South Boulevard. This is looking at the backyard. Moving to the alley. There is a garage door here. This is the subject site. This is the two-story abutting structure to the north. This is the condition of the alley in Hyde Park. That's a pretty good alley. It's solid waste is back here, and it's used every day. And just to conclude, this is some of the challenges that are on the site that I'll go through a little bit more in detail once the agent shows the site plan and I do my administrative report. But this encroaches over the property line. You see the eave to eave, how it overlaps. Fire separation is not met. There's some challenges there. The site plan will show all that. That concludes the photo presentation. I'm going to have the agent just focus on the demolition at this time, and I'm going to hand out those packets to you now as well.
They're all right there. Okay. Good evening, my name is Alan Dobbs, 5912 North Tampa Street. I am the agent on this project. I guess before we get started, just to kind of clarify, I title myself as a designer. I have a bachelor's degree and master's degree in architecture, but I just never actually took the license. So I tell my clients I'm an architect with a small a, but I can't use that title. So, but I do have over 35 years experience working in Tampa. I was part of the Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association. Actually, it's called the Preservation Committee when it got started. So I've been working on historic properties and a couple local neighborhood designations. So anyways, I just feel like that sort of qualifies me as an expert, but we also have expert testimony in these documents. But the first thing I have is a demolition narrative. A quote, contributing historic structure is building, the building must be within a designated historic district, as this one, generally be at least 50 years old and retain enough of its original integrity, like location, size, materials, workmanship, to reflect the district's period of significance, adding to its overall character and sense of time and place. Not every building in the historic district contributes, but it must embody the district's historical development, not just age. So the structure does not have any elements mentioned above other than its age. It has a lot of, more than 50% of it's not original. I'm probably not going to read through the whole thing, but in your document, it's the first page. It has the narrative. A couple key points I'll point out is more than 50 to 75% of the structure is not original. We have some site constraints, structural issues, and other deficiencies. Moving to the next page, we looked at alternatives for demolition, which I have that in an exhibit, which I'll show shortly. Relocating, wait, let's see, so, well, anyway, so you see that for the burden of proof, those A through E, I responded to those. So on the economic hardship, the demolition cost would be nominal to most contractors, but off-site relocation is not an option because of dimensional constraints. The building is 18 foot wide, and its narrowest dimension, the alley is 16 foot wide. We do have some options to relocate it on the site, which I'll show in one of the exhibits, and part of that is modifying the building because it is functionally obsolete because it won't house a car, and it's externally obsolete because it has some zoning issues and nonconformities. So with the development alternatives, that is, if you look at exhibit A1, we looked at different alternatives for relocating well, actually, let me back up a little bit. I'm going to show you the, this is the existing site plan here, okay? It shows the building encroaches on this side of the alley and on this side. It encroaches on the alley and also north of the north property line. And it's, actually, I'm sorry, I should probably just go ahead and show, this drawing is probably much clearer, sorry. So it shows the 16-foot wide alley. We don't have enough backup space here. The building encroaches, as I mentioned before. So we need to, obviously, at the very least, relocate the building. And I'll talk about that issues related to that later. But if we do relocate it and make it functional for a building, this is a one-story option where we push the building back so we have a minimum 24-foot backup space right here. But we have to make the building deeper, and if we're going to add on to it, we want to differentiate new from existing. So we're making it deeper this way so you can incorporate a car here, but also my clients want to have additional living space. So this looks at the option of doing it all on one floor because the structure, even though it's relocated, we'd have to do some significant alterations to the structure for it to support a second floor. Obviously, by it being relocated, it would get new foundations, but it would require significant structural alterations to be able to support a second floor. So that alternative didn't really work. The other alternative is to relocate the building, again, so that we're compliant with all the zoning transportation codes, and do a two-story structure. This outline here, the rectangle, is the one-story portion, and then the two-story portion would be this, so that it has the depth that we need. So that square area basically would be 2 stories. Again, a lot of significant costs associated with modifying the structure. By the time you do an addition like this, there's not much left of the original structure. So then we came up with the solution of, if we were to do a new design, it would be able to incorporate all my clients' needs, but also meet all the local zoning conditions. So what we did was we got a demolition, or that's the exhibit A2, is to demolish the structures around $10,000. The next estimate shows that to relocate the structure without improvements, just relocate it, put it on a new foundation. That's very tricky because the building's not structurally sound. Just doing that would be $50,000. So that's the A-team structural moving estimate there. And I should say, we were not able to get any of these experts in for this hearing to answer any questions. So hopefully their proposals will be their testimony, and I may be able to answer any questions. Bayard Construction, the next company, he was actually going to try and make it here tonight, but he didn't realize this hearing was going to be so late. So he's contractors, they get up real early and go to bed real early too. So Bayer Construction, I've worked with that company a lot. And so he gave an estimate of relocating and preserving the structure, which requires a lot of basically just dismantling the structure. He's working on an accessory structure right now in the Hyde Park Historic District where they didn't demolish it. I don't know if it was officially denied, but then they decided to modify it. And there's been significant cost overruns just because of all the hidden conditions and things. But anyway, so that's his price there, almost $129,000. And then we have another couple estimates. One is for relocating the structure and adding a second floor addition. So that's the most significant cost is that estimate that's in Exhibit A5. A6 is an estimate to build a new accessory structure from the ground up, which is what we're proposing. The next exhibit are the B exhibits, and that's or exhibit. I'm sorry. That's a report from a licensed structural engineer. So we had a structural engineer come out and investigate the building, and he had some of his observations. Just to kind of summarize are basically that he says on page 3 there are no foundations to the structure. And page 5 there's a summary. He talks about all the studs would have to be replaced, all the tie-down connectors. So so you can see he does not have a very glowing recommendation for the structural integrity of this building. Then the next part is the the property value in exhibit C. The market value of the property would be greatly increased, obviously, by having a new functional two-car garage and a second floor living space. Most everybody at Hyde Park can do that without these kind of challenges. But the estimated value of the current property is just over $1.9 million, with the existing accessory structure valued at less than $7,000, according to the Hillsborough County property appraiser. The estimated value after completion would be $2,213,258, with the new accessory structure valued at $308,000, and that's a very conservative estimate because that's based on $350 a square foot. I do a lot of those types of structures, and that's about what they run, especially in a neighborhood like Hyde Park where you have higher quality detail, materials, and finishes, which is what people expect in Hyde Park. And then the next thing is a letter from a licensed architect, which is one of the things that in this document that we were required to provide. John Keener does a lot of work in historic districts. He's working on a house now on Hills, and they're having a lot of issues with that structure because there are so many deficiencies. That was a primary structure, but anyways, but he points out the structural issues, the building code issues about having to bring the whole building up to code, all the other limitations such as the land development code, all the issues with that, transportation standards, and things like that. The next thing is the 2 years of the ad valorem property taxes. So that's is Exhibit K. And then the next exhibit is M, and those exhibits are, hold on a second. Okay, so in response to Exhibit M, the existing accessory structure cannot remain because of multiple deficiencies, which I pointed out, and it's externally and functionally obsolete. Externally, because of its location setback, the floor elevation is actually below grade. I'll show you in some pictures. The fire separation, Ron showed you that picture. I have a picture as well. The roof eaving encroachment, the structural integrity. We have all those issues in addition to it won't fit a car, basically. So all those are parts of Exhibit M1, which I'll put those up on the projector to show some of those. So here is the structure. You can see it's the forwardmost structure of any building on the alley, and that actually encroaches over the property line. Take note of this concrete block wall. If we get to the CA portion of this, we're going to do a very similar block wall to that. Looking at the alley the other way, you can really see how far out the building is, and there's also a telephone pole there right now. There's a view of, this door actually used to be wider, you can kind of see it right there, but again, that's just another view of the house, and then this shows, the arrow right there points to, where we're over, it's the north property line encroachment. So other things with the building, it's racking, or the door is racking, but something's going on, so that's an issue there. None of the fenestration is original in this house. All of it is like aluminum windows, other doors. Probably more than 50% of the siding is not original, and a substantial portion of the building is below grade. There's another view. Again, these are just aluminum windows here. This is when part of the building was turned into a conditioned living space, but when you go into that space, you take a step down, which is really hard for this old dog here, super sweet guy. But you see the step down, so the building floods regularly, so that's a big issue. This is another view of the interior space. Again, you can see that's actually the foundation, or either part of a foundation or something. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but again, you can see the below grade, and then you can see up here a lot of the soffits and eaves, roof is not original. You can see a little better view from here. Again there, and again, single top plate. These painted white studs appear to be original, but there's a lot that has been replaced, and some of the siding that is original, I assume it's original, it's hard to tell, but it just has this old white paint on it. Outside, you can see the nothing really special about the soffits and eaves. That looks like original siding, but that's probably been replaced. And then same thing on here. On the north side, it appears a lot of, if not all the siding on the north side has been replaced, and the condition of the soffit here. And then another picture of the soffit, and then our eave detail. And then the thing I had pointed out before was that shows a little more detail. Probably used to be a little bit wider door there, so that's obviously original. And then this shows the grade between the two buildings. This building's much higher than this one, and it's just an awkward situation here. Like I said, the building floods a lot. You can see the grade is right up against the building here, and here you can see obviously that's new siding that's been replaced. So based on all those things, it is the best option to sort of demolish and replace the existing structure with the new two-story structure. To relocate, preserve, rehabilitate is the most costly and risky option. and would create a economic hardship. All the other development options are not feasible, as I had pointed out, without creating some sort of economic hardship. I understand that, these projects are challenging because we're talking about getting rid of an original structure, so it's a really hard decision because once it's gone forever. So I have a few examples of some projects that were either approved or denied for demolition. This one was denied for demolition, and this is the one that Bayard Construction is doing. And you can see that they did a very significant, alteration to it. But they had some of the challenges that we don't have, like the vehicular access issue from the front of the property, and then the alley, backup space with the location where the current building is. So this building was added on in place. It wasn't relocated. Ours would have to be relocated. This one, absolutely, it should be denied. I mean, you can just tell how much original architecture is there. It's pretty straight and plumb. Even though there's some non-original features, still the bulk of the building is original and worth preserving. And then there's other projects. This is one where they got approval to remove this had two ARC projects. This one they got approval to modify the existing accessory structure, but then here it is from old Google Street View. Pretty simple, but it looks like it has more original architectural fabric than ours does. But it got approved for a significant modification. And here's some drawings of that original. Here, zoom out a little bit. But I think what happened possibly was once they started, they realized there's major issues. And so they ended up, whatever was left of the building, once they started construction or whatever, they ended up going back and getting approval to demolish the structure and built a new two-story structure. And this one's under construction right now. So there's a lot of different ways you can evaluate, historic buildings, but there's so little original architectural fabric here, so little, there's so many constraints that we have where we need to relocate the building, but then obviously we have unique challenges with relocating the building. And again, I just want to kind of stress one last time about, this is only 7.9 or 7'9" ¾ so we physically cannot fit a car from here. And then obviously we have all the issues with that. And I know there's probably some loose ends, but that is the bulk of my demolition or my presentation for this portion. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. At this time, we're going to focus on the demolition request. Staff's finding that the submission for demolition satisfies the submission requirements of Chapter 27, 116, F 1 and 3, per the exhibits that were forwarded to us on January 14th. The burden of proof and the economic hardship, he went through that criteria through the binder that he presented to you. I wanted to put into the record, there are 2 letters of support, one from each of the abutting property owners, one to the north, one to the south. They're in your packet. We asked them to come prepared to hand out the copies of the binders to answer any questions in Chapter 27, 113, with their economic hardship and their burden of proof. And as part of the demolition request that the administrator generate a report. Dennis was unable to come this evening. He had a conflict with the schedule. Dennis and myself both worked on this report, so I'm here to answer any questions. I was a key component on this moving forward. There's 7 sections. There's just little paragraphs. It starts on page 5. We went out to the site on December 22nd and observed the conditions of the property and other buildings around the district on that day. It was obvious that he maintained the structure and the current owners maintained it, and there was no signs of intentional neglect. In speaking with the owner, when he purchased this site, the accessory structure was in really bad shape. He brought it up to some standards that he could use it, so he felt that he kind of aided in how it looks today, in the shape that it looks. The second observation that we made is that the administrator determined that the rehabilitation and modification to the existing structure to accommodate vehicular storage and contemporary use would be an economic hardship based on the structure's placement, site, and condition. Why don't you go through, and I'm going to leave this up here, I'm going to refer to it, but the accessory structure, and that's in this next bullet item here, is that how it lines up. This is the existing condition, and these are some of the proposed, but I wanted to focus on the existing. And Alan stated, from the body of the building to the property line, which there is a fence here, you have less than 8 foot. So to get a vehicle of today's standards down this, it's not gonna happen. I also showed the accessory structure. There was no garage door here because this vehicular access, you can't travel through the rear. All the access comes through the back. The structure itself is on or over the property line, the body of the building. The dashed in lines are the overhangs. You saw the picture that I showed that on this photo here, how the overhangs overlap, and there are some challenges in the alley as well. Transportation wants a minimum of 24 foot from the end of the alley. You could use the dimension of the alley to navigate, and then you would have to push it in another 8 foot to get to 24 feet or thereabout. So the door here would be inadequate to leave it there if there's any modification to the structure. So transportation is stating that you need to move this structure in another 8 foot to have vehicular access off the alley. And when they move it in, they're going to have to move it over as well to satisfy the setbacks and the fire separation to the property to the north. The interior space here, even if you come in here with a vehicle, you only have 18 foot and change. Today, if a garage is to be placed on a site, the minimum is 20 by 20. They don't even have the depth in here, so they would have to add on to the front here to have some kind of vehicular storage that meets today's standards. In summary, it's the administrator's opinion, based on the substantial and competent evidence submitted into the record, that the economic hardship will be established in achieving the compliance with all applicable codes. I wanted to summarize, and I think it's the combination of the challenges on this site. One, there is no access from here. Two is the encroachments and the setback challenges on 2 property lines. 3, the vehicular access off the alley. This doesn't meet any transportation standards. It would have to be pushed in to have access off the rear. You have no access here, and really you have no access off the alley as well as it's situated now. To continue with the evaluation, the reports and the numbers that were provided are part of the combination of the challenges on this site. The additions to the site, you have a 1-story accessory structure that really has no articulation to it. If you add to the side or to the front, the historic fabric, the little that's there would be compromised. If you add a second floor to it, to a 450 square foot building, it compromises the integrity. When you add a story to a one-story structure, does it still maintain its contributing status? That's something that y'all could discuss. It floods in the inside, it shows that it's lower than grade. Inside, there's different levels. And just to conclude, whatever your discussion is today, and I could be part of it, and Alan will continue, that this is site-specific. This is the challenges that this site has. So if this is to move forward with a motion, a positive motion for the request, you should put something into your motion that for the challenges on this site, for the reason that the combination of all the challenges, that this can move forward, if that is the intent of the board. Hopefully I did a comprehensive evaluation, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
I don't know what happens, do I say anything, or, okay.
I think it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, it's encroaching on property lines, both sides. It's flooding. The building is obviously had new siding put on it. From what I can see, the pictures wise inside, the structural, the 2x4s and stuff aren't 24 inches on center. I think they're 36 inches on center. I mean, a hard sneeze with a flu, that building's gonna come down. So I don't see any problem with taking it down.
So I think removal, as was stated, removal of a contributing structure is always a difficult path to follow. So I'm going to ask two questions, I think, maybe for Ron as well. Just to validate for the record if this is the path we're taking. The thing that I felt most compelling was what you both commented on, but I would like to get staff to specify, was the compromised condition of the historical elements. Can you just flip that and just so we have awareness, what is still good about the building?
You saw some of the
historical perspective.
You saw some of the pictures, the decay of the structure. As I stated, when he first got there, I spoke to the owner. He kind of put lipstick on the pig to kind of incorporate into his intent to move the primary structure forward. The house is racked a little bit. All the bottom layers have been removed and replaced because of the intrusion of the water wicking back up. The floor levels inside are compromised. One of your colleagues had mentioned that the studs are wider than code requires, and all of that has been kind of held together. What's there? There's not much historic fabric there. There's a couple of vertical lumber, siding that's there, and that's about it. That roof has been replaced. The soffits, there's a little bit there that has been patched in with new stuff, but the majority of the structure is not there. I believe that this owner is entitled to everything else that his neighbors are. A 900 square foot accessory structure in the RS60 zoning classification. So how do you get there? At times we've added a second story to a one-story structure, but then you get some kind of Frankenstein. Where it's at now, it can't be there. That podium, the first level, would have to move over for him to add up to it. And that poses some of the challenge, the financial hardship, the economic hardship, and that's part of the burden of proof.
Okay, thank you.
Ron, my only question is, there's reference in the staff report to a November 10th, 2025 agent summary. Is that part of this report? It's all, summary from Floor Design Studio Corp dated November 10th, 2025?
It's part of the report. It's just part of the report. That's more of the substantial competent evidence entered into the record.
Okay, but that's all part of this application that we were handed?
That's correct. Right.
Can I answer that? Yeah, because what you're referring to, I rewrote and augmented it, and it's all in this document that I presented tonight.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we know exactly what we're looking at. Okay. I have no other questions.
No question.
All right. Seeing no further questions, is someone ready to provide a motion? And Ron, you suggested that we should state in the motion based on...
Yeah, somehow weave into this motion that it's unique and singular to this parcel, 709 South Boulevard, with the substantial and competent evidence that was entered into the record. And if you want to call out some of the deficiencies on the site, it would not be inappropriate to put that into the motion.
Members?
Okay. So you're closing the hearing right now?
Yes, so I will close the hearing now. No further questions?
I'm ready to move forward with a demo motion unless somebody else has comments or questions or something we want to discuss.
I'll just make one comment, just in reaction to what Ron said. I don't see it as, he mentioned the term entitlement. I don't see it as an entitlement. I don't know that anyone has an entitlement to remove a contributing structure. I think the case has been made here that the aspects that make it a contributing structure are no longer material to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would clarify from my perspective, I'm not supporting it for any entitlement reason, but more so based on the facts presented in this, just for this specific structure.
Thank you very much. And now,
Okay. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness to demolish for ARC-26-000058 for the property located at, 709 South Boulevard. Oh, the accessory structure. Ooh, thank you. The accessory structure located at 709 South Boulevard, and as much as grant has satisfied the requirements of Chapter 27, Section 27-116, subsection F of the City of Tampa Code and Ordinances, with thoughts going towards the information that was provided in the application.
Public hearing?
The public hearing, thank you. Public hearing showing deficiencies in structural issues as well as a lack of historic fabric that is still in the building.
That is unique
That
to
is unique
this
to this property.
property.
Yep.
a second.
Second.
No,
No, he asked.
no. I was
Second.
asking
He
for a
asked.
second.
He asked.
I'm so sorry. I did.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to allow the demolition of the accessory structure at 709 South Boulevard. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, we're going to focus on the new construction for the accessory structure.
Does anyone need a break? Oh, no. If we can take a break now? Thank you. We can stand while our legs still work.
I thought about you, I didn't know.
So,
Uh-oh, Jared?
structure. You know, we do have, in addition, and I'll address that separately, but we'll focus on the accessory structure for now and the site as well. So, you know, we already talked about the site configuration and unique constraints in the back. So we have vehicular access here from the alley. We have a concrete apron here. Transportation is okay with that. We have the flares. My client decided that instead of a wood fence, he wanted to have a concrete block wall here and here. There'll be a wood fence, or there's an existing wood fence here to here, so the air conditioning on the existing house is here, and then the air conditioning for the accessory structure is underneath the stairs here, so they're not within the public realm. And then we actually did wood fencing here because it was odd how we're going to terminate this wall here. So the other site things are we're 4 feet off this property line, which means we're 7 feet from this building, and as mentioned before, we're 24 feet from the other side of the alley. And that leaves us about 20 feet to the primary structure, and then you can see where we're adding on there. This is a section of this block wall. It's pretty basic. We'll just have a little 4-inch cap, 6 foot high max, and then stucco on the outside, and we'll have staff approve the stucco texture, but it will just be like a light sand finish. The accessory structure is on the first floor is 20 by 22. We limited the size of the garage so that we could stay under the 900 maximum allowed square feet. So this is all concrete block on the first floor, and then wood columns and a slab here for the porch. As I mentioned, there's the air conditioning. And then we have this little visor roof on this side because my client wants to eventually create an outdoor living area here, maybe have a bar or TV or something underneath here. And it kind of broke up the massing as well, the little bit that you do see the building from the front here. The second floor of the existing structure, of the accessory structure, is 2x frame. Just a simple open layout with the bathroom and a sink and a refrigerator. A small entry porch here, and then the steps come up here. The stairs are always a challenge to get them working because the geometry is very rigid. But the porch helps break up the massing of the roof. You can see it's a hip roof, which matches the roof form of the existing house. And then the overhangs are 2 feet all the way around. This roof plan shows you the proximity, eave to eave. We're like just over, well, right around 16 feet, but you can see the roof form there again as well. It's because the building is in the back. I don't know if you can see it. It's slightly ghosted there. Let me take this photo. I think we're getting one behind, but you can see this is the height. This is the accessory structure beyond, and then from the side or east side, this is what faces the front. This is that visor roof that I was talking about. These corbelled brackets have a profile that's similar to the existing house because we wanted to pick up on some of the detail of the house, but do it maybe in a little bit different way. The porch at the connection of the columns to the beams, you know, we have a little profile there which matches this little profile. Oop. This little corbelled bracket there. Then here you see the accessory structure from the north. Again, you see the visor roof with that detail, it's a hip roof. Here you see the stucco. This will be the same light textured sand finish stucco as the concrete block wall, so it just kind of ties everything together. Then we have the trim band here, and then wood siding with corner boards and a frieze board, the head of the window, lines up with the freeze board, again, similar to the existing house. But instead of doing any divided lights, we're just gonna do 1/1 windows. And we chose to do block because it's kind of dishonesty in materials, I think, to continue the wood all the way down. And there's so many two-story frame buildings where they just take the siding all the way down. Maybe they have a water table or something at the bottom. But doing concrete block is the most efficient way to build these days, and it sort of ties into the block wall, and it creates some unique character to the building in response to today's ways of constructing buildings. So on the alley side, you see the property line, so we in the adjacent building there, so we meet proper separation. We just have a typical carriage house type garage door that is designed to be 2 bays, and then we use a light, gooseneck light, that creates a nice parabolic light pattern. Again, you see the 1/1 windows, and then the porch on the alley side. The wood railing is very simple. I don't have any blow-up details of it, but it's basically just 2x2 pickets with like a 2x4 top rail. Very simple. The posts are just a 7x7 inch square wood column. The soffit is the flat soffit, and I'll show you in the wall sections. And then dimensional asphalt shingles. I don't have any material data on the shingles, but we're going to match the shingles that are on the house. And then the last view is, this is it from the south side. This sort of faces the interior backyard, so it's a little nicer elevation. Again, you can see the proportions of the porch. That's a person door into the garage, which has a similar, period-appropriate door style. And we did decide to do a light there because it just gives a little more character to the door. And it's not really inappropriate, but again, the 1/1 window. And the stairs come up here, again, the same kind of railing for the steps as this railing up here. And I have a picture of that detail. Actually, I'll show a picture of that later, and then we'll talk about the addition to the house. It's the second part. The window details we're using, since it's a new structure, we're using aluminum-clad wood windows, either something like Geldwin aluminum-clad wood windows or Sierra Pacific. So this shows the detail, with the heavy or the large 1 3/4 inch sill with the 1/4 inch quarter round, and then you get the proper profile painting with the relief of the window and the face of the casing, and then just a simple drip cap on the window. And this is a window detail from the main house where we're using wood windows. I inadvertently, I don't know why the wall sections didn't print, so I'm going to try and use my phone here, if that works. Okay. So I'll just start from the top. And so I mentioned the dimensional asphalt shingles. We have a flush fascia board with the small drip. We have the wood soffit, 1x6 V-groove. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. And then we have like a bed molding there, and then we have the window head casing, which is also the freeze board that runs around. That's a similar detail to the house. And then, 2x construction, siding on the upper floor, and then moving down. Move the phone. We have engineered floor trusses, and then we have the water table band that goes around, and then we have the block wall with stucco on the outside. And let's see. Okay, and all these were for the house. So bear with me for a second so I can find the ones related to the garage. This was under construction, but it shows basically what we're doing. This is a house up in the Panhandle at Water Sound that I did a while back. But you have 3/4 inch, in this case, Ipe. Oh, you have 3/4 inches, and then you take your painted wood riser and you miter it and then come back. So it creates a really nice screened area underneath the stairs. The other element on the garage is the garage door. So this is actually one of my projects in Seminole Heights. But it's the same style garage door and really the same lights too. So I think there's a few other things on the material palette that I'm lacking, but hopefully staff will let us work that out. Or hopefully the commissioners will allow me to work that out with staff. And that concludes my presentation on the accessory building.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Focusing on the accessory structure, this application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. Under site issues on page 6, he showed the placement of the mechanicals. He relocated the new structure to meet City of Tampa zoning codes with the setbacks and the overhangs, as indicated on the site plan. When we look at fencing, there's 4 items that we look at. We look at location, we look at the height, we look at design and the materials. He called all that out, and it was illustrated on the site plan as well. And then all the hardscape, we're talking about the transition from the alley to the accessory structure. There's a small area there that has an apron, and that should have some kind of scoring on it as well to be historically correct. Focusing on the elevations itself, if this is to move forward, he should go through the design exception process. That's a zoning administrative process to ask for the additional height from 15 foot in height to 22.5 foot. In all the historic districts, you can have 50% of what code allows. So 15 foot in height plus 50% gets you to the 22.5 feet. And that has to go through the process. I'd like for him to elaborate a little bit on the cladding. On the first level, it's stucco, and then on the second level, he has horizontal siding. And if he could call out the stucco pattern. He did have his window shown, and this is a cladded window he stated verbally. And then he showed, we had some concerns about the slats, and he showed an illustration of the slats, what he does there. And it just adds for additional storage, but we wanted to see how that was detailed out, and he showed that this evening. I'm here to answer any questions.
Dana, do we need a separate motion for the accessory structure and the addition to the?
Yes.
Separate motion for accessory and then a separate one for the addition to the primary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
May I ask a quick question? Do I have to open the public hearing again?
No, it's open now.
Oh, okay, it's open. Okay. All right. So, yes, we're ready for questions. All right.
I don't have any.
My question is, why are you doing stucco on the bottom? And then, why is that different than the top with the siding? It's a little late. Not speaking as clearly as I was 8 o'clock this morning. I'm going to try to get my questions out.
Okay.
Why are you using stucco on the bottom and then the siding on top?
Okay. So when you do a 2-story wood frame structure, a lot of times the lower part of that structure, is more exposed to weather, like runoff off the roof. Of course, you can have gutters and things like that. And it's sort of a very generic way to do a two-story accessory structure, just do siding the whole thing, the whole way down. Sometimes it is broken up, you know, between the first and second floor with some sort of water table. But for durability and aesthetics, we just felt, you know, the concrete block would be much more durable. Doing a concrete block wall around the structure kind of ties the elements together. And again, it's a lot more durable. It's the most efficient way to build a two-story structure. And then just philosophically, you know, to do a block wall with wood siding seems a little disingenuous to me. And I think quality materials and stuff in the historic district is one of the you know, things in the design guidelines.
Okay, so Ron, have we approved something like that before with stucco on the, and I noticed that, I believe from the picture, that the next door neighbor has a 2-story structure that's all siding? Am I recalling that correctly from a picture?
Usually the vernacular is all wood siding. There are examples of the hybrid that he's presenting today. Through our research over the years, the accessory structure does not have to be a mini-me of the primary house. Okay. There are some interpretations of different structures there, so or cladding on those structures. So I don't think it would be inappropriate. I just wanted him to elaborate a little bit on the uniqueness of this, but it does not have to go back exactly like the primary structure.
Okay,
So-
and then what about the windows? Because just given that we're here at 10 o'clock and we've been talking about windows all evening, is it okay that they have what are they doing?
A clad.
As opposed to all wood?
For an addition or new construction, a cladded window has been approved monthly. That is something that we go to. An all aluminum window or an all vinyl window poses a challenge. You could always go to a true wood window at any time. That would be most appropriate. But they put the cladding on the exterior for maintenance reasons. So in this particular case, for new construction, yes, it's acceptable.
And what about the walls, the concrete walls, as opposed to
The
fencing?
perimeter wall? You know, usually a wall doesn't create good neighbors because it's more permanent. If they articulate it right and they clad it right with the stucco. I spoke to the owner. He wishes to put some vegetation on that. I think he left that out of his presentation, but he wants to put a climbing jasmine on that. So the wall is really become a structure for the vegetation. If that's something that you want to put into your motion, that's fine. But he's going to have a climbing vine on that wall.
Okay,
So you won't see the wall.
right. You won't see it. Will the neighbors? I guess the neighbor
Well, he'll
won't
see it initially. Well, the neighbor would. Yeah, interior. I think he plans on putting it on both sides. You want to
the
elaborate on that?
vegetation.
The owner, he's been talking to his neighbors, and, you know, I don't know if that was in the letter of support that or if that was just for demolition, but they are supportive of that. You know, the neighbor to the north actually has a block wall along the alley. And one other thing in respect to the block wall, it is in the rear portion, you know, of the property, and it's off the alley. And then what Ron had mentioned was, he wants to have I think it's called a climbing fig or something, wants to have kind of a green wall, and that's one good way to do it.
Okay. And I would say the only thing is we didn't really see the hardware for the doors. So I would just say, if this is going to be approved, to work with staff to make sure that all is appropriate.
I talked with Ron just very briefly before this. Yeah, there are some things that I just didn't have time to get to be honest, like the door and window hardware. The lighting, I did talk about some of the lighting, but not all the lighting.
Yeah.
And then the windows that we're proposing, the aluminum clad windows, the details are actually very accurate for what's going to be built. And, you know, we're going to use a gelled window or Sierra Pacific, which are used a lot, you know. But, and I realized after the last case, I should have brought all the
Thank you.
data on them. Thank you.
Hello, good evening again. Funny, my questions are exactly the same. I don't care for the stucco wall on the base. It seems like that the design was unfinished. I don't know if the client would be interested in reconsidering that, but I just, it comes across as unfinished, and it is exacerbated by the concrete block wall, which strikes me as very kind of barrack-like, and also not that typical in the neighborhood. Notwithstanding the climbing vine that might be on it, it's whether that's gonna make its way to the neighbors, how long that will take for the neighbors. I don't know. I looked at the letters, I'm refining them. Neither of the neighbors, I think, commented on
Okay, yeah,
the
I said I
concrete
didn't know
wall.
if they had
It
mentioned that
just,
specifically.
it seems very harsh. It's a lovely home, and, you know, this is gonna be a lovely structure. And the concrete wall and the stucco seem to me to be just inconsistent with the look and feel of the space and the place, and have a negative impact on the view, you know, the look from the neighbors. And also, you commented, I think, that the elevation that faces the backyard is done nicer. I feel strongly that all the elevations of all of our historic, you know, additions should be nice for people on the alley, certainly the neighbors,
Of
anyone
course.
with a sight line. So those are my two comments. But if there was consideration by the owner to reconsider the look and feel or the materials. Thank you.
Was there a question, anything I should respond to, or just wait until?
The question is, would the owner consider,
Oh, okay.
reconsider those materials?
You know, if it was a condition of approval, you know, he certainly would, because he actually likes the block. And then we had talked about doing doing the siding, you know, all the way down. But another thing that I failed to mention as well is it does further help to differentiate new from existing, you know. And, you know, concrete block done the right way is actually very elegant. A lot of the Mediterranean homes that are done right, or a lot of the British West Indies, that's what this is sort of a little bit like. I don't know if you've ever been to Rosemary Beach up in the Panhandle, but when they're detailed appropriately, they're very nice, like having the windows and doors inset, you get stucco returns. And so it's just for all those reasons why we wanted to do the stucco on block.
I appreciate that. I think having lost the contributing structure that was there, it would be preferred to
Yeah.
sort of,
And as far as the elevations, you're right, all the elevations are important,
Yeah.
but typically, like, if you're gonna spend more money, you're gonna do it on the front of your house, so.
understood.
Because that's
That-
just what you
Just
see
giving
the
a little
most.
view into
Yeah.
my position on it, and I appreciate
Right,
the answer
okay.
to the question. Thank you.
So, my colleagues and myself as well have an issue with the stucco on the bottom, and you and I both know there's a way that you can do a block building and still put siding on the outside of it.
Absolutely, yep.
So he can still have the block wall. You're still gonna have to waterproof it up a certain amount anyways, whether it be stucco or siding. The owner can get what he's looking for as far as a structural component goes, but still have the look of a siding on the outside. So, and still have the details that you like and everything else. So we know that going in. So I would ask that you would discuss with your client. I have a feeling that there's going to be a condition on an approval, if I'm hearing my colleagues correctly. So that's, just put that in your back pocket there. I didn't see on your plans anywhere, where's your water heater at? Is it in the garage? Is it in the?
Oh, yeah, because there's only one bathroom.
That's going to be
you
an
know,
under
it's-
sink?
We're just gonna use an Insta-Hot.
Okay.
Those things work great for
Perfectly
one or
fine.
two fixtures.
Yep. Okay, and then you said that you'd be willing to work with staff on finalizing last
Yeah,
details.
a lot of that regular stuff. Yeah, the actual window spec, the
Yeah.
door hardware, the lighting.
Yeah, the actual garage door spec,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
And I did mention the roofing, if we're gonna match the house exactly with the same sort of dimensional asphalt shingles.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
I had one more question about the wall. So can you show me where, you said, one of you said that the neighbor has a
Oh,
wall. Can you show me where that is compared to the wall that's going in here?
certainly. Go to the the demolition thing and on the pictures, for, it would be in exhibit M1. Yeah, actually, is that the first page, M1? Yeah, the first page, M1, looking at the property from the north. On the left side, you'll see just a raw concrete block wall. That's the neighbor to the north. And if you go back a few pages, you'll see, or actually just one page, you'll see how that block wall turns and intersects with the wood frame house, or the existing accessory structure, one-story structure.
So I'm looking at image 4.
Image 4, yes, that's concrete block between the two structures.
That's the neighbor's,
Yes,
okay, and so that wall turns and goes back towards the street?
Well,
Or
no,
does it
that-
end on the structure that we just approved to be demolished?
okay. Yeah, the picture in image 4 is just showing the wall coming out away from the two-story building on the left, and then turning to your right, and then abutting the one-story accessory structure. If you go to the previous page, and look at image 1, you'll see the same block wall on the property that's a little bit further beyond.
Right.
Yeah, and the one that I was in the previous picture, it's real small, but you can kind of see it beyond by those garbage cans.
So if you're looking at image 4,
Yes,
that essentially 8-block wall there, it would continue on this property, that wall would continue down, a little bit down the alley?
no, if you look at the site plan, and I have it on the projector
Yeah.
here.
If you can pull it up.
Yeah, it comes down, we don't know what, I imagine that he's gonna coordinate with what this owner has, but he's coming down and returning it to this corner here.
Where's the neighbor's wall
So-
that shows on image 4?
I'd imagine the neighbor's wall, I think it comes out like this right here. Ron might have a better picture of it, but, so maybe if it does go like that, then it comes back to here, so that all ties together.
Okay.
It does not, I'm sorry to interrupt, it appears, it doesn't run the perimeter of the neighbor's.
This is the accessory
Yard.
structure that just received approval for demolition. There's a little hyphen in between this structure and this structure of CMU, and then you see the neighbor here, the CMU comes out, and then it runs the length of the property
Yeah,
Runs the
along
I
length
guess
the
I'm
of
alley.
the
asking
alley.
about the hyphen.
Excuse me?
I'm asking about that little hyphen
Okay, I
wall,
have a picture of it.
that it looks
That's
like.
a good way to describe it. It does not run between the buildings, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little short
So what's there
segment.
now, the neighbors going down the property line is a fence?
Between the structures currently is a wood fence, between the north neighbor and my client.
In this property?
Right.
Right, okay. And then if you could pull this drawing up, so show me on the other side where the wall is gonna be.
Oh, sure,
Thanks.
okay. So on the other side is, there's some pool equipment right here that they're gonna remove the pool and come back before the board when they decide to do a new pool. But anyway, so the wall, it just terminates right where this two-story bump out is right here. Because it's only about 3 feet from the property line, and it just runs along here. And then we have to maintain certain sight lines for backing up. So rather than doing a 45-degree angle for the block wall, we're just stopping it right here, and then we'll have a wood frame, a wood fence here and here.
And what's between, on that side where you just, not the alley, but between this property and that neighbor, what's there now? A
The neighbor
fence?
to the south? Yeah, oh, it's all wood fence, all the way around the property,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
All right.
So Ron, the neighbor that we were looking at that had the hyphen wall, does their wall go all around their property in the back?
Here's the hyphen,
Yeah, and then past their garage?
and this
That's,
this is their garage.
Yeah,
Comes out and to the north along the alley.
and from what you can recall, does that wall span their backyard, the length of their backyard?
I know it goes along the alley. I don't know how it terminates back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just know the hyphen is in between these two.
Right.
And then it comes here, and then that 6-foot-high block wall unfinished, the raw CMU runs toward the alley to the north.
Okay.
all right.
These are yours.
Do we have any other questions?
I have one more question. So we are not reviewing any site plan conditions for this application or the expansion of the primary structure that's forthcoming? There's no.
We are looking at site issues, and on page,
We are.
yeah, on page, let me see where I have that. On your staff report, on page 6, I have some site issues there. So one was the mechanical, one was the placement of the accessory structure, and the design, the location, the materials and the height of the fence, and then the hardscape. I had those 4 bullet items on page 6.
Okay, so are we going to see any of that
He showed it.
for the,
You want to go through it
Well-
individually?
no, I'm sorry, that's relative to,
The accessory, you'll take that up with the accessory unit.
isn't that what we're discussing now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We just haven't gotten there, or did he cover it in I?
He showed the location of the
Okay.
mechanicals,
I saw that.
right?
So so they're filling in the pool. Is that part of,
The existing pool will be removed as part of this application, and he's gonna come forward with a new pool. A pool request can be handled administratively, so that, for the ease of the presentation, because there are so many moving parts,
Yes.
he left the pool out.
okay,
So I think they
so,
discussed the placement of the structure to move it within the zoning code. Oops, yeah, and then I guess the fencing is really the wall. And the hardscape, we didn't really get too much,
yeah, that was
other
just,
than the ivy or whatever.
But we
well,
did,
no, there has to be hardscape under where your stairs and, that,
in,
Oh, the apron, yeah.
in the public area, and it was mentioned that we should request scoring.
yes. Did we, I apologize, it is late. Did we discuss the hardscape that will, or whatever will be on the site running up to the stairs in the lower right part of the accessory structure? That, it's currently shows a pool deck that's getting removed. I'm just curious what,
Okay.
in order to build this, you have to remove, and then, is it grass, is it hardscape, is it, what's going in the outside? Like, when you come down the stairs, you will land on,
Maybe I can address the questions. So the hardscape, one element of the hardscape is this, and we already
Yes.
talked about there being a condition for
Yep.
scoring, for staff to look at it. Over here, because we haven't designed the backyard yet, which would be part of the pool, we have to have a landing at the bottom of the stair and
Yes.
at an exterior door. So I'm showing a 3x3 concrete landing here and here. And sorry, I should have pointed those out. And then the only thing I didn't address is any kind of walkway in here. So I'm hoping the board will allow us just to work that out with staff, because it is such an insignificant area.
oh,
That
that
was
was,
the extent
that
of
was what I
hardscape.
was asking about, just
Okay.
some of those last finishes. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions for the applicant? Okay, so we can close the public hearing. There is no comment from the auditorium. And discussions for the accessory structure. I would encourage you to be concise
Expeditious.
and expeditious.
So
Exactly.
the wall he's looking to build is what they just built on the Sykes property. And the ivy that they have growing up took about 9 months to fill in. I walk by it every single day. And from the time that they built the wall and started the ivy up to train it, 9 months later it's filled in. So it happens fast. And I think it looks so good that I'm actually building that wall on my property with the ivy on it. So that's just, it's a soft, very natural, nice look.
All right. So would you like to, do you wish to condition any kind of? Okay.
There's several conditions
All
that
right.
he needs to do, so. I'm sorry, I need to ask, can we make one of the conditions the ivy on the wall? Okay, thank you. My colleague does not agree with me.
In defense of the ivy, there is also something called creeping fig.
Vegetation.
That is on all, that's on all of the walls in the Carrollwood area, and that needs to be, trimmed back, like every 2 or 3 years. I have some at the back of my house that are like 5 years, and the thing is monstrous. But, so, it's not an unknown landscape treatment.
Okay, vegetation.
Okay, I know we're being expeditious, I think that once you introduce that, it probably looks lovely in 9 months. What does it look like in 9 years? Does it die off? I mean, anytime you introduce this natural element to try to soften what I think is very harsh-looking concrete wall, it's just, there's an uncertainty of what its long-term future will be. Fences can look bad also, but I think that concrete block running up the alley is equally just, it's just barrack-like and unfriendly, unwelcoming. So, my opinion. I think a more typical fence would be suitable, but
All right, so,
it's your motion.
Oh, it's my motion, okay, all right. Okay, I would like to grant, or make a motion to move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing for ARC-26-000058 for the property located at, I should have this, 709 South Boulevard, with the following conditions. That the applicant goes in front of, is it zoning for the height?
Design exception one.
Design exception for height to go from 15 feet to 22 feet? 22 and a half feet, sorry, half feet. That the concrete wall would have the detail added to add vegetation to it. That the applicant would explore with staff about the siding going up the entire side of the building as opposed to stucco on the bottom half. That he includes details and specs with staff for the windows, doors, door hardware, railing, and siding. Also to include a scoring detail for the apron and work with staff for a walkway outside the fence area in the alleyway. Because based upon the finding of fact that the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: for the massing, design, layout, and the Secretary of Interior standards, it meets all of those criteria.
The only thing I would like to add is lighting as
Lighting,
well.
so moved, just add that in, yeah, right, what she said.
all right, a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we provide a certificate of,
Yes,
Did-
we're okay with that.
okay. So it has been moved and seconded that we provide a certificate of appropriateness for the accessory structure at 709 South Boulevard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm opposing just because of my reluctance for the concrete wall.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. We will now move on to the main structure.
Introduce myself again. Okay, I'm Alan Dobbs, 5912 North Tampa Street. I will make this as quick as possible because I know it's getting late. So the area we're adding on is this area back here. My client, their living room or family room is fairly small and they want to enlarge it. And they currently don't really have a back porch, it's more like a covered trellis. So they want to create a new rear porch and then expand off the back of the home. Also, they don't have a pool bath, and because the new garage is so small, we couldn't fit a pool bath in, and sometimes we'll squeeze one underneath the stairs, but our air conditioning unit's there. So we're bumping out just within this area right here for a new bathroom, and all this is under the existing second story right here. This house has a very odd rear addition that has a flat roof. This blue line here is the original footprint of the house. So everything from here beyond is not original to the house. And here you can kind of see our demolition plan. That shows where we're adding on for the bathroom. This shows where we're the extent of the addition. And there's also this second floor above that we'll have to, we're building underneath that. The floor plan shows the larger living room with beams similar to the existing house. It's a much more functional room with the larger sitting area. This family entertains a lot, so yeah, that's why they need a larger space. And then you see the bathroom there, just a simple bathroom. There's a lot of utility stuff here. I have some pictures of that. That's going to be relocated to this wall here. And then you see the porch here. It's going to be a concrete porch, and then we'll have a continuous stem wall all the way around. And then the roof plan is very simple. We're just doing a very simple hip roof, similar to the front porch. On the elevations, the only thing that you really see here is from the front is you see the bathroom. So we're just going to keep with the same kind of siding as this area up here, corner board, water table, brick pier, and infill lattice to match existing. One of the things that Ron had mentioned, a brick sample. All the piers are painted brick, so we're going to do painted brick. Common brick for this. And then on the other elevation, it didn't show in the floor plan, but one of the things that Ron mentioned was adding, we didn't have any openings in here. This is the porch, and my clients wanted a wall so they could put a TV or something. So I went ahead and added some openings here, and these would just be screened openings, but they would be trimmed out similar to all the existing windows. The foundation here is solid brick, but it will be painted to match all the other brick foundation wall. Here is the edge of the slab, which creates a transition between the siding and the foundation. And then this is it's actually a corner board, but it's more like a pilaster at the corner, so it makes it look like this wall is an infill wall, because you can see we have a pilaster type trim there as well. On the rear of the house, you can kind of, this is the accessory structure kind of ghosted in here, the dash line. So this is the part of the plan that is in the same plane as this foundation wall. So you have two new windows that are similar to the existing windows, and then you have these two pilasters and then columns. So you basically have a 3-bay porch. And then you have these French doors with side lights, so you get a full width opening there. and then you have transoms above them, and then this is a small window to the utility room. And then this shows the south side. Again, this is the same window that's on the back, but also matches the other existing windows. Here we do have a vent in the continuous foundation wall. Corner board, frieze board, trim, all matches existing. We'll have a 5-inch OG gutter, similar to what's existing, all the way around, and then we'll have a low slope hip roof that goes and dives into the back of the house. But you can see that this is a later addition to the house, and then so the bathroom is just built in underneath that. And one of the things to note, I'll point out in the pictures, is about transitioning between here and here. We're doing a finished board, but having this under second story mass, having this single story mass, having a corner board, we feel like that's enough differentiation between the new and the existing. But also, this is not original here, so we're just extending what was done before further out. The window, this is a tripping structure, so we are using wood windows on this one. So this just shows the wood window detail as far as the detail of the sill with the larger sill, the quarter round, and then the larger casing and the simple sort of head casing. All that's just going to match the existing, but this is a wood window and the new frame wall at the addition. I'm gonna go back to the floor plan just real quick while the elevations are still fresh in your mind to kind of point out a few things. Like, for example, I did not put the windows here in plan yet. That was like a last minute thing. And then this wall already has a bunch of equipment on it, so we aren't adding any window. This is the window that you saw from the back, and then this is all like French door type system here. And then you can see how the window spacing works with the elevations there. This shows the back, so we're building up underneath that. These windows right here are basically just going to be relocated, and these two windows, it's just like that portion is just being pushed out. And then you can see what's there now for a porch and what's existing there. And then this shows some of the soffit and eave details, so we're going to keep with that same eave and soffit detail, same OG gutter. This is a picture of one of the existing windows. Zoom out a little bit. And this is on the north side. There's a lot going on there, but again, that's that addition I was talking about. This is the business side of the house. This is all the stuff that's going to be relocated. But there's a pier back there, and from there over, it's obvious that there's an addition. But and then here is the bump out there, and then the addition there, and the AC unit right there. And then there's the existing porch, so this is where we're adding on here. There's no window there because of the water heater. And then this, again, is a little more detail showing the original house and then the addition that was done sometime later. See, that was tied to the accessory structure. Same there. That's the same detail. Okay. The last thing I'll just conclude real quickly with is I do have a little more literature on the windows. This is actually, I think I've seen this before. This is a new all wood window and existing wood window. So this is a gelatin. So this is what we're proposing. And then the last thing is the wall sections. Again, sorry, that sheet didn't get printed, so I'm gonna do it on my phone. This is the wall section for the porch. So you have the dimensional shingles, you have the plumb cut fascia, you have the OG gutter, you have the eave. It's a 16-inch overhang with the wood soffit, and then the bed molding and banding, and then the beam, and then you have a 7-inch square manufactured column that sits on top of a concrete slab that has a radius edge, since it will be a finished concrete slab. And then you have your concrete block, and then we'll have a thin brick veneer, not stucco brick, but thin brick veneer that will be painted, and then you'll have the finished grade, obviously. And then this shows where this is the upper window on the second floor, so we're tying in just below that. But you can see at the porch that inside trim matches the outside that continues. So those kind of important regulating lights are always important. And then this is the addition at the family room. So it's a suspended wood floor structure. So we have the same roof slope, same soffit, same frieze profile detail, but then that ends up incorporating into the head casing detail. And then you go down, the sill detail is the same as the existing baseboard. And then you come down, I think I left out the band, there's a water table and band joist there that I left out. And then you have a continuous stem wall just on the addition. And then you have a suspended wood floor above that. And then this is just some of the interior trim detail which matches the existing. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm a planner with Historic Preservation. This project is consistent. This portion of the project is consistent for the addition to the primary structure. I had 4 bullet items attached to my staff report on page 7. He answered 2 of the questions. One, he showed an illustration of the column. It's a 7-inch column. It had a capital and a base on it, so the details are expressed. I just wanted to elaborate on the brick. He had discussed that the brick on the primary house was already painted. Through the Secretary of Interior standards, if you have original brick, you never paint the historic brick. But if it's been painted, then you could paint it again. Since he's introducing new brick, you can paint that. So there's a distinction between historic brick and new brick. So I just want to put that on record for future reference. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Dobbs, is there any thought to, on your new windows, to go over 1/1 as opposed to trying to match the existing windows? Because your new additions seem to have 1/1 windows in it.
We did, but the 2 windows that are existing, let's see, where is it? Here and here, but also the 2 windows here and here. So all 4 of those windows are the same, like 9/1. So we wanted to keep that consistent because we felt that would look wrong.
From the interior side, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Again, if we go to a motion, there's going to be with conditions that you have to figure out all the details and everything else, so that's all.
The 2 windows that you're adding on the north elevation of the new porch,
Yes.
what's the design of those? They
Oh,
look different.
Those are just openings, but since it's a porch that he might screen in later, they're just openings, but they'll be trimmed out or encased just like it is a
Understood.
window.
Okay, thank you.
So the bathroom, I mean, it's not really a pool bath, it's an interior, it's a new first floor bathroom that's being added.
Right, it's, because
Right.
right now they just have a powder bath, so they
Right.
don't have a full bath, but it's a pretty direct route from the back. I know you have to go through a couple rooms, but It's better than having a powder
It's-
bath in the front.
Respectfully.
Anyways, okay.
It's an interior
Yeah,
new
okay.
bathroom. You're not gonna go from the pool through the family room, anyway. So it's, what is there now? It's open? There's nothing below? It's just an open area where it's being placed?
Yeah, it's the second floor area. It's part of their master bathroom, I think.
Okay.
And it's very odd. It's supported by 3 steel columns. And it's obviously nothing that would ever get approved by this board, but it's what's there. So we're building out within that space, and we meet side yard setbacks. And we're not going beyond the outline of that second floor either.
Okay, so that was my question. The reason it's not the full length is because of the setback from the side of the
Yeah,
property.
actually, in this drawing I have up now, you can kind of see the outline of it right there.
And so why was it placed there and not further back closer to the family room? Is it because
Oh,
you're patching into the plumbing from the master bath upstairs?
Well, the master bath is on this end, so the only plumbing over here is really kitchen related. We talked about that a lot because it makes a lot of sense to have a bathroom there because there's a laundry utility room and it's closer to the outside. But functionally, they needed that space for things other than a bathroom. And it's such a weird, odd space underneath here. And with its location, it's a lot more functional and convenient for guests. Because like I said, it's the other bathroom's just a powder bath under a stair.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. No, I was talking about the same side of the house. Why not make it part of the addition to the family room? As opposed to, right, because you have to remove a window.
Okay. No, that's a good question, because what we wanted to do, the family room is this dimension right here. So we wanted to just project the family room out and just make it bigger. And then this area would become the porch right here. So you can see on the, so in other words, if we, let me find that A101.
Right, so why not, as part of the addition to that family room that you're adding, why wasn't the bathroom added to that family room as opposed to taking out a window of the existing structure?
I guess maybe I don't understand. You can't add it within this space because you'll lose functionality of this space. And there's really no area to add.
Moving it down, move
You
there
shift this
and just
down?
move it straight down, a little bit further down, where it says 12-foot addition.
Oh, no, because we wanted to have windows on this side. That was one of the things we debated about getting rid of windows on here. So if we move it further down, to me, well, it makes more sense to have the opening to the bathroom here next to this door because this is all circulation right here. You always
Right.
want to circulate tangent to a space, not through a space. If we moved it down and put the door somewhere, it would just mess up, having a TV wall. And and if you look at it strictly from the outside, yeah, it's 6 1/2 dozen the other. Does it go here or here? But all this electric stuff is kind of in this area, so it makes more sense to keep that close to where it is now. Whereas all that would have to move even further if we shifted it down to here.
Right. So you're removing a window to put the bathroom door? Is there a
Yeah.
window there currently?
There is, but it's not part of the original part of the
Home.
structure, home.
Okay.
Not the historically,
Okay.
historic part.
You could perhaps get a little move toward the south boundary of the property line, but I don't see how that makes the bath function any better. I think
Well,
we're all worried about
We're at 7 feet.
walking through. We're all worried about walking through the house, and you're not so worried. But you have talked to the client, and he's not so worried either, right?
Okay. So what is the concern again? Just,
Well, I think that we were asking the question because the pool bath requires you to walk through a
Oh,
great deal
sure.
of the house.
okay.
And that perhaps, and my suggestion is, rather than trying to slide it toward the whatever that direction is, I
It's
think
west, towards the alley, yeah.
towards the alley, you would just increase the dimension of it slightly.
Okay.
Toward-
I probably incorrectly called it a pool bath. Because I know what you mean, it's not, but it is convenient to have a full bathroom on the first floor. And they don't have that right now.
Yeah.
This was the best place for it, all things considered.
All right.
Okay.
No questions.
All right. And, Mr. Dobbs, could you put up just the photograph of the front of the house that also contains, there's a piece of fence that covers up the side yard, right, on the south side of the building, and some pretty extensive landscaping in that area as well.
Hold on a second.
I don't think it was one of the M1, because we were all concerned about the
sorry.
accessory structure, but
So, you wanted a photograph in the front, or just this drawing?
yeah, a photograph, because what we're seeing is really giving us the false impression, because there is a fence in front of that.
Oh, yes, there is, yeah, you're right. Ron, do you have a picture of the front of the house? I didn't bring it. But you're absolutely right, there would be a 6-foot fence, right there.
The screen?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it didn't have, yeah, they were kind of looking for that
Oh, I have that.
side there. They wanted to see that odd bump out on the south side from the front.
Alan, oh, okay, there was,
Oh,
That's from the front and from the rear. You see it over here?
thank you very much. That is some 1950s construction there.
It's painful, isn't it?
All right, so are there any further questions? So we are at the point where we can, again, make a motion. Or discussion, we have, okay. Okay, so we're closing the public hearing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, if I had my dress, I would like the bathroom pushed further back. But, you know, just seems, if you're gonna, you know, I know there's a fence and there's vegetation, but you're gonna see some of it. And it's gonna look a little odd that there's this space between the post of the 1950s construction and now the start of this bathroom exterior wall. Just looks a little wonky. I mean, you know.
He's trying to get within the setbacks, make sure the setbacks are right and stuff, so.
Right, and probably try not to move all the electrical and, you know, and probably pull down from the plumbing, from the master, you know, and all that. So all in all, it's not a deal breaker. But I do think it's gonna, you know, hopefully they keep the vegetation that will kind of hide that column in the space,
Yeah,
you know, so.
Okay.
That's all I got.
okay. Are we making a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna make a, move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at the public hearing for ARC 26-000058 for the property located at, I should have this memorized by now.
709.
709 South Boulevard. With the following conditions. That the applicant gets with staff to discuss the details of the windows, doors, door hardware, lighting, and all trim and finish details.
I think that was for the accessory.
No, I've got it down here
For
too.
this too,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. Is there anything else? No? Okay, great. Perfect. Because based upon the finding in fact, the proposed project consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines of the city of Tampa for the following reasons, that the massing, finishes, trim, and selections and details are in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to provide a certificate of acceptance with conditions for the project at 709 South Boulevard, primary dwelling. All right, all in favor? Aye. Yes. Mr. Dobbs, do you understand the conditions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes.
I just want to give it to Ken.
Yes.
I
Need a-
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we adjourned?
Yeah, we did that, yeah.
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 Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.